on Sunday night, and Ariana DeBose hosted the show for the second year in a row, which aired live on CBS. And due to the ongoing Hollywood writers' strike, the ceremony was unscripted.
Yeah.
In agreement with the Writers Guild of America. She opened a binder full of blank pages that read script in reference to the wordless opening dance number, by the way. The big winners of the evening were Kimberly Akimbo, which won Best Musical, and Leopoldstadt, which won Best Play. I assume that's how you pronounce that.
Sounds right to me.
Kimberly Akimbo took home 5 awards in total, while Leopoldstadt took home 4. The musical Some Like It Hot also had 4 wins in total.
I watched a little bit of this. My daughter's totally into all this Broadway stuff. And prior to, she was telling me all about Kimberly Akimbo. I didn't know about this, but there's a woman, and so it's about somebody with, like, I think it's called progeria or whatever.
Right.
You age really fast.
Prematurely, yes.
And the woman in the show plays a 16-year-old, but she is elderly, not elderly, but older.
Okay.
And so that's basically what it's about. So I saw them win 1 award for, I guess, Best Book, like adapted into a musical or whatever. But this was all the talk in my household yesterday.
Jodie Comer and Sean Hayes both took home their first Tony Awards for their work in Prima Facie and Goodnight Oscar, respectively. Comer won Best Performance by Leading Actress in a Play, and Hayes won Best Performance by Leading Actor in a Play. So that's good
completely
for him.
out of touch with Broadway and what's going on and what the big shows are. You know, I used to be a little bit more tuned in, and now nothing.
Many of the evening's
I didn't even know
winners
they're doing Some Like It Hot on Broadway.
took time in their acceptance speeches to address societal issues and express solidarity with the writer's strike. Support for the LGBTQ plus community was especially prominent in the wake of anti-LGBTQ or TBQ plus legislation across the country, while accepting an award for Best Performance by a featured actor in a play for his role in Leopoldstadt. Brandon Uranowitz thanked his parents and said, when your child tells you who they are, believe them. An authentic life is a limitless life. Marlon Wayans took to Instagram over the weekend to air his grievances with United Airlines after he was removed from a flight to Kansas City, causing him to miss a live stand-up performance. The actor said that he was targeted by United Airlines employee even after he consolidated his bags at the Denver International Airport on Friday. He said, I complied and consolidated them. And he was like, oh, now you have to check that bag. Wayans wrote in an Instagram post, most agents are always loved, but every now and then you come across bad people, and this was one of them. But United Airlines told USA Today in a statement, a customer who had been told that he would have to gate check his bag instead pushed past United employee at the jet bridge and attempted to board the aircraft. Multiple outlets reports that the Scary Movie actor also received a citation for disturbing the peace from the Denver Police Department. He said, yes, a ticket. That's all they could give me. Confirming the reports, he said, dude tried to lie and say I assaulted him. The video clearly shows I never touched him. He was desperate to try to have some authority. So I didn't see the video.
Neither did I.
What he's talking
I don't know
about
about the video, but he's never had anything like this before. So,
in photos obtained exclusively by Page Six, Natalie Portman and her husband, Benjamin Millipede, appeared to have, I think
I'm going with millipede. I want it because I want to think of this multi-legged insect.
Me too.
Yeah.
They appear to be having an intense discussion during an outing with
Centipede!
their children. The pair were spotted sitting together at a park bench on Saturday. The actress can be seen putting her head down on the park bench, and at one point it looks to be like she's wiping a tear from her eye.
Well, if you look at body language, do you think you can read body language pretty well? You see a couple people talking?
Sometimes,
your radar's pretty good?
Yeah.
This is a stagnant picture, but I think they want to murder each other.
Now, listen, they could be talking about anything.
Yeah.
Who knows? But
how much they hate park benches.
It comes after.
These things are so uncomfortable.
Here's a weirdly philosophical question. When looking at a picture, like a picture such as this, how much time is captured in this picture?
1 hour. Because they used a Civil War camera.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's a millisecond.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay, so millisecond is what you go with.
But for millipede.
For millipede.
Yeah.
For millipede. No, because, I mean, I don't know how anybody could interpret anything from a picture. I mean, if you remember from, what do you call it, Super Bowls years ago, it looked like Bill Belichick was just making out with his daughter.
Oh, yeah, yes. Oh, my God.
They kissed each other.
So this comes after it was reported that Millipede cheated on the actress. According to a source, they said they have not split and are trying to work things out. So it could
When you're a
be something.
millipede, how much finger blasting can you do?
Oh my God, you're on fire.
A lot.
It's unbelievable.
After dating rumors spread like wildfire surrounding Khalees and Bill Murray, one fan asked the Milkshake singer if she could address the situation. They wrote, "Ma'am, would you care to address these Bill Murray allegations? Because damn, what's he doing with all that?"
Damn, girlfriend.
Khalees commented on vacation photos. These were vacation photos that somebody commented on. She was in Greece. But the bossy singer neither confirmed nor denied the reports, writing, "LOL, no babe, I wouldn't bother at all," she wrote.
Right.
So she's just not answering anything.
All right.
So
I'd be curious to see if they are a relationship. That'd be pretty wild.
Yeah, probably are. I mean, usually you don't flat out deny something like that. If you're not in a relationship, it's pretty easy to say no, but who knows?
It'd be pretty improbable, but there you go.
Amy Schumer got candid about using the medication Ozempic for weight loss and told other celebrities to stop lying about using it on a recent episode of Watch What Happens Live. She said, like a year ago, I tried it. And she said, I was one of those people that felt so sick and couldn't play with my son. I was so skinny and he was throwing a ball at me and I couldn't. And she said, everyone's been lying, saying, oh, smaller portions. Like, shut the F up, she said.
They're saying, no, she's right. They're saying that it is widely used throughout the entertainment industry, and that's why you've seen so many people suddenly looking better than they've ever looked.
Yeah, but you know what? Smaller portions isn't necessarily a lie. When you're on Ozempic, you eat smaller.
less.
You eat smaller portions.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. She said, you're on Ozempic or one of those things, you got work done. Just stop. Be real with people. She said, when I got lipo, I said I got lipo.
I don't think it's a problem if you're using Ozempic and you're.
It's not. It's also not a problem if you don't want to tell anybody what you're.
That's right.
It's
Sure.
like, hey, you seem like you're in a good mood today. Yeah, Lexapro.
Yeah.
You don't have to tell people.
You don't
what
have
you're
to.
on.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so this one tweaked my melon a little bit.
All right,
this
lay it on
story.
us.
Jennifer Coolidge revealed to British GQ in an interview published on Friday that she lived with her American Pie love interest, Eddie K. Thomas, in the early aughts.
Would that, as in a relationship?
She said, I wasn't the love of his life, she said, laughing. He had girlfriends. My bedroom was across the hallway from his. And she said that the pair lived together for a year or two.
So what we saw in
At the
American
time.
Pie probably happened a couple times.
I think it absolutely did.
Wow.
Their ages might be closer than we think because, they always cast teenagers when they're in their
50s,
mid-20s
like
or whatever.
Grease.
But
Are you looking that up, Nick?
I think they had a little something going on for sure.
Wow.
And I like that. I approve of that. I think that's awesome.
I like them both.
Yeah. So Nick's looking up.
Doing the math?
They don't have his age on here.
What?
Oh, look.
What?
Hang on. Give me a moment.
What?
You know what? They have some people, actors have requested on things like IMDb that they don't
post the age.
post their age
Yeah, because it can be career killers.
Exactly. So they may not do that. All right, get back to us on that.
Born
Nick.
in 80.
He was born in 1980?
All right, so he's 61.
All right. No.
Oh, okay.
I haven't even done the math. I don't know. He might be
So
61.
she's 39 years older than him.
Oh, good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's born in 61.
So there's a big difference.
Hey,
All right.
more power to him.
Yeah. Less than a day after sparking wedding rumors, Naomi Watts has confirmed that she and Billy Crudup are married.
Hey!
The King Kong actress shared that she and Crudup, who officially tied the knot by posting a photo on her Instagram account on Saturday. The snapshot features the newlyweds dressed to the nines and smiling as they hold on to one another on the steps of what appears to be a Manhattan courthouse.
So
I'm sorry,
ahead.
Nick. That's 19 years, by the way. You said 39.
You said he's 37, I thought.
Okay.
Okay.
51.
All right.
Back to you, Preston.
All right. How many years? Is 19 years?
Yeah, so 80 minus 61 is 19.
I was way off.
Yeah, you were.
Your math is great.
My spelling was spot on earlier.
All right. I feel better about that now.
People are like, what?
So Naomi Watts captioned the post.
So how old?
That would make her like 89 right now.
All right, that's okay.
Let's move on.
Yeah, please.
She captioned the post hitched. And the happy news comes after Page Six had published photographs of the couple sporting matching wedding bands as they return to their New York City apartment on Friday. In the photos, Watts can be seen smiling as she holds onto a bouquet,
Ah, that's wonderful.
while Crudup, sporting a Navy suit, carries a red duffel bag.
He's in the Navy?
No,
Wait,
he was
what?
wearing Navy.
Oh, Liev Schreiber is
Navy
her
color.
ex, correct?
Yes, they have 2 children together.
All right.
So following her post, some of the couple's famous friends include Gwyneth Paltrow, Melanie Lazinski, Sarah Silverman, Amy Sedaris, Lucy Boynton, Shailene Woodley, and more. And that includes Justin Theroux, who directed and starred opposite Crudup in the film Dedication alongside Watts in Mulholland Drive, and he wrote Congrats to You Too.
Now, she and Crudup are 81 years apart?
Yeah, about that. So, yes, Watts is the mother of 2 children, Sasha and Kai, whom she shares with her ex-husband, Liev Schreiber. And Crudup shares son William Atticus Parker with ex-Mary Louise Parker, by
Who's
the way.
with Ewan McGregor now,
Yeah.
right? Am I right? No.
I have no idea. But they,
hell.
they're all happy and everybody's good. So, let's see. Then I had this story. Kristen Davis revealed that she has been brought to tears by cruel comments from social media trolls who criticized her for using fillers.
Well, what kind of fillers?
Like on her face.
Okay.
The 58-year-old actress
Not like
opened up.
a cake batter or something.
No. About her experiences with cosmetic procedures. She said, I've done fillers and it's been good, and I've done fillers and it's been bad. I've had to get them dissolved, and I've been ridiculed relentlessly, and I have shed tears about it. It's very stressful.
I might have overdone it a bit. It's possible I've overdone it a bit.
It's possible what?
I've overdone it a bit.
Oh, thank you.
Move on.
I'm just trying to clarify what you're saying.
Yeah, I know what you're trying to do. You're mocking me for using fillers.
Mock?
Yeah.
But apparently, she says that she's gotten over it now, and she's like, it's whatever. I can't keep up. I don't have time. You're trusting doctors that
Suck
can
it.
blame us if it goes wrong. And so she doesn't listen to the social media brouhaha
I think
longer.
she gets the brouhaha because she is a natural, or has always had that sort of girl next door natural beauty.
Yeah, very
and
much so.
people say, well, you don't need to tinker with that, but that's her prerogative.
I'm going to double back to Jennifer Coolidge for just a moment for one last story. Deadline reports that the White Lotus creator Mike White announced during a press conference at the Vivid Sydney Festival on Saturday that a prequel featuring Jennifer Coolidge's character Tanya is absolutely a possibility. He said we were just talking about that and talking about de-aging her for that prequel if they wanted to do it. He said it's a funny idea, but he said like Harrison Ford in the new Indiana Jones movie, White suggested making Jennifer 20 years younger. He added that would be fun too, and I think Jennifer's like, sure, let's do it.
So I actually noticed in a couple of these shows where they're making people younger.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what they're doing, but like it works.
Are they doing it and is it tangential to the actual plot, or is it just they're doing it out of vanity, do you think?
Oh no! It's like
Okay.
the ones that I were watching. It was the plot. Like one specifically was oh my gosh, now I can't remember. It was with Katherine Heigl.
Grey's Anatomy?
No, it was about the Friends. I forget. Whatever. Anyway,
Grey's Anatomy's Friends?
what is it? Firefly Lane. Yes,
Okay.
Chris was right. Yes, so they had to make them younger because there was a lot of flashbacks to the 80s.
All right.
And
When you see it, does it register as weird in your mind? Because there was The Irishman, which Netflix did, and they de-aged Pacino and De Niro and all those
did
guys.
that work? Did it work in that?
Well,
It did until they actually had to do something a younger person
Right.
would
right.
do.
And then, yeah.
So what I think it's in the camera. Like that's what I'm seeing is that whatever they're using, whatever the camera is doing is what's de-aging them.
Well, they're
at least
using-
in Firefly Lane.
Okay, because it is software that they're using.
Well, I like the idea of them going back with this character and some of the background because in that first season of White Lotus, it was a big focus about her mom who had died.
Yes.
And I'm sure that they would explore all of
Yeah.
that and how she ended up with her money and all of that. So,
Well, and I was, what they did, I'm not going to give anything away, but in the last season to her, and I was like, I was a little disappointed that,
it certainly was a left turn.
Yeah, it
We're like,
was.
whoa.
Yeah, like, why would you go to? Well, forget it.
Yeah. All
You
right.
just watch it.
Here we go with the clips, friends. Singer Mary J. Blige recently produced 2 films inspired by her most popular songs. And here star Gianna Alexis talks about the filming process of Real Love and Strength of a Woman. And here's the clip.
It's really going to take you on a journey of, transitioning from college into adulthood. And so as actors, can I say this for you? It was a bit of a challenge, but it was very fun to kind of make that transition and kind of dig in our toolbox.
The first film, Real Love, is out now on Lifetime. Here is the next clip. Chris Hemsworth is back in action as black market mercenary Tyler Rake in Extraction 2.
Yeah.
And here he talks about filming a fight scene while on fire.
They had to cover my arm in flammable liquid, set it on fire, and I had to go through the sequence. It was a cold night, so I appreciated the warmth.
Really?
Yeah. Extraction 2 will be available on Netflix this Friday if you would like to watch it.
I dug the first one. Solid job.
That is what I have in the Entertainment Report for you this morning. All right, we will take a break. When we get back, we're going to talk to Nydia Han of 6ABC. She was one of the first reporters on the scene at the I-95 fire and eventual collapse. We're also going to talk later on this morning with Andrew Busch from SEPTA just to find out the latest and what you need to know because it's going to affect us for a while.
A long time.
We'll come back in a moment with that and more. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Our favorite, the Jet and Pastor.
That is absolutely correct. And, he still wants his new private jet, but he wants to make it clear that he's not actually asking anybody for money.
Listen to these verbal gymnastics that he's doing here. I think even he's surprised at how much this caught on because it just sort of swept across. It became a viral meme. And where these guys, it'd be easier to get away with this stuff maybe 10 years ago. And now it was just all over the place. It was on the national news. He was asking for his $54 million jet.
Yeah.
And we played audio of him walking down the hallway of his establishment there, his church, for whatever he calls it, pointing to the different jets he's owned. He has had three before. He needs this fourth $54 million jet that carries a lot of fuel so he won't have to stop as he's spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it. So here's a couple of clips, and let's see what he has to say about not actually asking for money.
He didn't ask for money.
Here we go.
I'm not asking you to pay for my plane. The Lord said, I didn't ask you to pay for it. I asked you to believe for it. I don't dupe nobody. I've always been honest. 40 years I've been preaching this gospel, and I've never had a scandal. And this is not a scandal. I'm not discouraged. I'm not depressed. In fact, I am excited. I've never had this much press in my life. Well, that's negative. It don't make no difference.
And it's negative. It don't make no difference.
Don't make no difference.
So he's asking.
I am excited about all this negative press painting me as a money-sucking prick.
Yeah. So he said, I asked you to believe for it.
Believe for it.
Not to pay for it.
Now, if you happen, your method of believing involves your checkbook, I'm absolutely happy with that.
He had said, I never raised money for the plane. I put it in our magazine and said, believe God with me. He said there's a vast difference between believe in God and asking for money.
He's a Journey song, Preston. Don't stop believing.
Yeah. In the earlier video,
I'm just a small town preacher living in a lonely world.
He could turn it around.
Yeah, I could turn it around.
Yeah, he used to take the train everywhere.
Yeah, but I took a $54 million jet going anywhere.
So, without further ado,
WMMR presents Buxco versus Delco.
Here we go, gang. This is going to be the final round today. Actually, 2 rounds of competition, same contest, but we are going to make this whole thing happen and finish it up today, and we are going to crown a victor, and that's all there is to it. Before we get to the final event, here is a recap of the events leading up to this epic showdown. Listen, the week started off with Operation Evac, a race where the contestants were blindly dropped into enemy territory. Kathy started at Casey's golf course, Paxson Hollow in Delco, and Casey in Buxco at Kathy's alma mater, Pennsbury. Now, without using GPS, they had to navigate their way to their home base.
Just go straight. Thank you. Okay, go straight. Peel wheels.
I feel like there's probably another road this way.
While Casey was stuck in traffic on the turnpike,
That could work in our favor.
Kathy was able to navigate back to Bucks County, earning her 200 points.
It's a bunch of crap!
For day 2, both contestants needed a call for reinforcements. Kathy asked her best friend, Elisa, a.k.a. Queen Bee, and Casey brought in his big brother, Dave, a.k.a. Foz. The contestants and their partners mind melded, then competed in a thrilling match of the Pyramid Game.
All right, this is where the U.S. Open was. Oh, that's Aronimink. No. Oh, Marion, sorry. That's the one you just said? Marion. No, the other one.
Aronimink.
In the end, Kathy got an even bigger lead with 430 points, but Casey was right at her heels with 320 points. Day 3 brought us into the skies. We blindfolded Kathy and Casey, flew them in a helicopter over an unidentified spot in their respective county, and they had 30 seconds to guess what town they were hovering over. Casey had some difficulty figuring it out, earning 200 points.
I guess Knowlton is in media.
That's correct! Yes, you got it! All right! But Kathy got it on her first try, bringing in an additional 300 points.
I'm going to say Ben Salem.
That is absolutely correct. Day 4 was a doubleheader. Kathy and Casey went head-to-head in a county spelling bee, and then had to answer questions from Delco versus Bucksco from 5 years ago. Casey must have done his homework, because he was finally able to pull ahead. And so, the totals going into the final day: Kathy, 1,030. Casey, 1,170. Casey is leading in the competition so far. So I defer to Casey to decide who gets to go first.
Ladies first.
All right,
So
ladies first is what we're going to do. So Kathy, taking a look at the categories, which one would you like to begin with? You got geography and transportation, sports, entertainment, schools and education, shopping, landmarks, history, or food and drink?
I guess I'll go shopping.
Shocker!
I know. And how much would you care to wager in that particular category?
I'm going to go 50 points.
Kathy, what outdoor shopping area between New Hope and Doylestown hosts a place called Giggleberry Farm?
New Hope and Doylestown. I'm going to say Peddler's Village.
And that's correct for 50 points.
I don't know what giggles whatever is, but...
Casey, it is your turn. What category do you want to go with next?
Let's go sports.
Sports.
And I will go sports for 60.
All right, sports for 60 points. Here we go. Casey, your question. In Newtown Square, a famous heir lived on a large piece of land where he hosted a wrestling camp for Olympic athletes. What is his name?
DuPont.
Yes, that is correct.
Well done.
Okay, let's go schools and education for 50 points, Preston.
All right.
Schools and education for 50 points.
All right. Kathy, what is the Council Rock North mascot?
Oh.
Council Rock North mascot. The mascot one would find at that school.
I don't know. The Rock.
Okay, so you're going to go with The Rock?
I'm going to go with The Rock.
That's incorrect. They are the Indians.
Ah.
I did not know that.
Go, Rock. Go.
What year did the Springfield Mall open?
Oh, Jesus. I mean, why couldn't you ask me what year
He didn't.
Target opened?
Just ask it. Just answer.
Kathy's very supportive.
This is the history of your county, man.
I know. And Target opened in 2005. But, you know,
Well, can you use that?
Wanamaker's closed in 95. Hex opened after that.
You did study. You lied to me.
No, my mom quizzed me last night. We were eating chili, and she asked me lots of trivia.
We're eating chili.
Yeah. Meet you in the basement. I'm bringing a pen.
I mean, the first Wawa opened in 1964.
Okay, yeah, let's get to the
I
ball.
will say.
If you got this right.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw out a number there. I'm going to go with the year I was born, 1975.
Oh, my God.
No, it was 74. Dude, you were so close. All right, you call no fair on that because it was before you were born?
No, I'm not going to call no. It was just that's a difficult question.
This historic restaurant is located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol Borough and has hosted both kings and presidents.
Yep. I've been there.
Once again, this historic restaurant located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol.
My mom is going to kill me.
Borough.
That's a weird name for a restaurant.
And has hosted both kings and
Oh my God, what is
presidents.
it called?
No, go to your happy place.
I know where it is. I know where I sat last time I was there.
Kathy handles stress very well.
She knows I love it when she yells.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Cracks me up. Mm-hmm. All right, think about it. Think
I
about
know.
it.
Work from your seat
Yeah,
backwards.
it's like there's like a little hill when you walk in. It's a little railing outside, statue.
Miss Romano is here. Welcome to.
I don't even know if this. I'm gonna say Georgine's.
Georgine's?
Yeah.
That's incorrect. You're going to kill yourself over this one. It's King George.
Yes, it is. I have a gift card in my wallet for that place.
King George the what?
The second.
King George
yeah.
the second. I've not been.
Yeah.
So have you been?
Yeah, it's
We should
beautiful.
just carry on the discussion. I've been there.
I like the
I've been
statue.
there.
Yeah, the statue and the railing are really nice.
Oh man! I mean, like I can picture it to a T. Exactly
right.
where I sat. My mom gave me a gift card.
You have a gift
I wish my mom quizzed me last night.
All right, so I have already closed out sports and I've closed out history.
No, you haven't. You haven't done any history.
Well, yes, I have. All of my shopping questions were freaking history questions.
Oh my!
Wow. This
Thank
is
you.
what we've been
Thank
waiting
you.
for.
Yes.
Impugning the contest itself.
Yeah.
You knew it was gonna happen.
It was good though, right? What year was this thing? What? Stupid questions. Let's go food and drink. Maybe
Food and drink.
food and drink
Food and
For
drink.
how much?
for 50.
Food and drink for 50.
Preston's not even picking
Come on,
his
man.
head
That was
up.
a good joke.
Okay. All right. You get this wrong. You get this wrong. And this, if you lose this whole thing, this is all your fault.
Okay.
All right. You ready for this?
I better be a softball.
A large Pika's pizza
Oh my God. Costs how much?
is cut into how many slices?
Oh, okay. That's a really, really crap question.
A large Pika's pizza
Can I-
is cut into
You can
how
do a
many
little
slices?
diagram, whatever you
Drawing
want to
the
do.
pizza. But here's the box. WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. So this whole fire started early yesterday morning and moved along quickly before it became a real big problem, and it's going to be around for a while. So we wanted to get somebody on who could give us some information on the latest and what's happening. And she was on from the very beginning of this story. From 6ABC, we have Nydia Han on the program this morning. Nydia, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Thanks so much for having me. How are you all? You're surviving today?
Yeah, fortunately, we get up at 3:45 a.m. and don't have to deal with the nightmarish traffic that is going to be just horrendous over the next several months. So pretty easy for us, but it's begun. We've already seen the backups and everything. So you were, Nydia, when did you guys get word of what had happened yesterday?
Honestly, it was so bizarre. It was a normally quiet morning. And then all of a sudden, during the 6:30 a.m. show, my producer, Danny Chebanenko, said into my earpiece, there's been a truck fire around I-95 at Cotman.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, okay. But then he said, we're hearing on the scanners that the freeway is buckling. And I thought, oh, my God. And my first thought was, even on a Sunday morning, that is a highly traveled route. So what about injuries? What kind of truck is this? What was it carrying, right? We were dealing with the wildfire smoke. Now we're going to be dealing with this. So the first time we were on the air with it was 6:49. We were supposed to deliver the breaking news over a live traffic camera, but we had updated our software on Saturday night, so there was some issue at that moment. So we actually did it seeing me on camera. That's what we call a reader. And then once we got a photographer to the scene, we were able to visually confirm that the highway had in fact collapsed.
Wow. It was
And then
wild.
It was just a race to get this on, right? So
Yeah, well, it was wild
a race
because
to
you.
get Becca Hendrickson, our reporter, there. It was a race to get our chopper to the scene. But by our 9 a.m. show, they were both there. Our Becca Hendrickson had talked to drivers who, had driven through while I-95 was on the verge of collapse. They could see the fire. They drove through the smoke, thick black smoke. They could see the flames, and they were terrified. And it's really a miracle that no one who had been driving on 95 at the time was hurt.
Well, that's one of the things I was amazed at.
Yeah, it could have been much, much, much worse, as you said. It's highly trafficked. From the point at which we believe the fire started to the collapse of the bridge was approximately how long, Nydia?
Well, so we're talking about from the northbound lanes collapsed from the heat. From exit 32, that's Academy Road, to exit 30, that's Cotman Avenue. The southbound lanes were compromised, so officials did close that portion of the interstate, as well as all the way down from Woodhaven to Aramingo in both directions on Sunday. Now, right now, all northbound lanes between exit 25 at Allegheny Avenue and Castor Avenue and exit 32 at Academy Road and Linden Avenue are shut down. Southbound lanes between exit 32 and 30 at Cotman Avenue and Ron Street are closed. And so this is really going to impact not just commuters who normally drive I-95, but people in those neighborhoods. And, 6ABC has talked to people who live in those neighborhoods this morning who said, this is summertime, their kids are out, people who don't travel normally in those neighborhoods, who are unfamiliar with the roads, are going to now be in their neighborhoods.
Yeah.
And Waze apparently was directing big trucks to go through very small streets they can't actually go down.
Oh, yeah.
So it's going to be kind of crazy. I mean, 160,000 vehicles normally drive that section of I-95 every day. And so, people are really going to have to pack their patience. They're really going to have to get creative. SEPTA is adding cars to some already scheduled regional rail trains, suspending parking at stations, preparing for more riders on the Market Frankfurt lines and bus routes. But people are really going to have to just take their time, leave early, as you guys did.
Nydia, you mentioned, saying that, it's amazing that more people were not injured in this. But I had one question because everyone is reporting that one vehicle is still trapped. Are they talking about the tanker truck, or is there another vehicle under there?
So they have not been clear on that as far as I know. And certainly we do not know about the individual or individuals who may still be in that vehicle.
Okay.
All right. So the obviously they're still getting their data together and trying to figure out exactly how specifically they're going to progress from here on in. But what's the ballpark estimate before everything is returned to viability and that stretch of road is opened again?
It will be at least months. Governor Shapiro says he plans to issue a disaster declaration to expedite the rebuilding process and to access federal funds, but it will take at least months.
The thing that's amazing is, and as everyone's pointed out, this is a main thoroughfare. This is how people travel up and down the eastern seaboard. This is the stretch of road you're on. And so just in commerce alone, and as you pointed out, the Waze misdirect on a lot of these vehicles. Are you getting any indication on where most of the heavier vehicles, what detour they'll be taking to bypass this?
I don't know. I know that morning Jessica Boynton came in as soon as she could to direct people around it. Matt Pellman has been in at 6ABC to direct people around it. I don't know what most people are now going to take, but I can tell you that today Federal Highway Safety Administrator Shaylin Batt will come to Philadelphia to offer federal support. They've acknowledged that the I-95 corridor is a vital connection for people and for goods traveling along the East Coast. And, we've heard from Pete Buttigieg and the White House that, this will be a priority for them.
Yeah, Steve, so there is like an official detour that officials are posting.
All right.
So I would imagine that's what they're hoping the truck drivers will do.
Not the side streets.
Yeah. Nydia, we know that there's a boil water advisory in some parts of the area that lost water. Do you know about any other environmental concerns that they're dealing with?
Yeah, I know people are really concerned about the impacts. The tanker truck was carrying 8,500 gallons of 87-octane gasoline. There was a concern about runoff due to the proximity of the Delaware River, but Governor Shapiro has said that booms were used to contain any product that got into the water. And there was just a very, very slight sheening in a cove adjacent to the river, but they don't believe any of it got into the river itself. So, again, on so many levels, I think we got pretty lucky here. the environmental impact, no injuries with drivers on I-95 at the time. It's pretty amazing.
You talk about that fuel containment. Apparently, the Coast Guard was on the scene quickly to assist in that. So, yeah, again, this is not wonderful, but it could have been dramatically worse. It's just weird that, to see something like this and to learn that this is a relatively new improvement or a quote-unquote improvement on this stretch of road and to have it to collapse this way. But think of the intense heat of a fuel-laden truck right under it.
Yeah.
It's going to be obviously problematic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people didn't even realize that could happen, right? I mean, when my producer got into my earpiece and said there's been a truck fire and we think the highway is actually buckling, I thought, wow. I mean, how bizarre. And it was eerie, too, to actually see I-95 after they shut it down and not to see any cars on there. And again, I can't stress enough how, I hate to say it, but lucky we are that this happened on a quiet Sunday morning instead of during the morning rush hour on Monday.
Yeah, good point. All right, Nydia, thank you so much. We appreciate the information, and we'll be watching you guys on 6ABC for the latest.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys, and we'll be listening. Take care.
All right, thank you. Nydia Han, guys. Yeah, the fact that it did happen when it was low traffic time, 6 a.m. Saturday to Sunday morning, that's huge.
And all those videos that are out of people that went over it right before it buckled, or right before it collapsed. I mean, it is amazing that nobody was killed.
Well, we have a caller on the line who was one of those, Kathy. We have Brian. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Hey, good morning, Brian.
Good morning to
All
see
right.
you.
So listen, yeah, you're right. That was my improper response. Good morning to see you.
Good morning
Brian.
to see you.
All right. So, Brian, you went across that as the fire was actually taking place, correct?
Correct. I was with my family, my wife, my daughter, and her friend driving to a softball game. We came up to it. Flames were on the right-hand side. We drove the road. We dropped. My phone dropped because I was videoing it because of the dip. And it was like a 3-foot dip. We went, and they were literally huge.
Oh, my.
They were melting girders.
God. Wow.
So the jostling of the vehicle was enough to fling your phone out of your hand as you were recording it.
Basically, I had it out, holding it upright out on the windshield. When we hit the bump to go over the section, it was such a dip. My hand went down towards the phone, towards the floor with the phone. I had to pull it back up because it jostled us so much going over the lip down into the U of the bridge.
That is, that's unbelievable. I saw a woman this morning, Brian, who she was after the fact. She also went over it. Was very emotional, thinking about what could have happened. Like, what are you thinking now? How did you feel right afterwards?
Afterwards, I wasn't driving. My wife was. I was kind of just laughing a little bit and scared. Guess laughing was probably way cope, but she was upset for a while afterwards, all the way until we got to the field and finally calmed down.
Wow.
Do you have any idea how after you went over it? Because obviously, if there's a 3-foot depression, it was pretty close to going. Do you have any idea how soon after you passed over did it come down?
It's 15 minutes, maybe 20. I mean, we drove to Laurel, so we drove to Mount Laurel, and then by the time we got there, people were sitting there saying, "We think it collapsed," and then it did. So from the amount of where it happened to Mount Laurel, New Jersey, that distance, it collapsed. So
that's unbelievable, Brian. Well, you guys, that's a narrow miss right there. But fortunately, as of now, it seemed like there wasn't a major catastrophe. There may have been a loss of life. We don't know about the driver yet, and there's a good chance that may be the case. But we're going to wait for official word on that. But Brian, thanks for the story. That's pretty crazy, man. We appreciate it.
Have a good day.
All right, take care. So what I'm curious about, and I don't think Nydia had an answer for you, Steve, but you wanted to know how long that fire burned before that collapse happened.
She didn't hear me.
It had to have happened pretty quickly because did the police get a chance to shut down 95
Yes.
before the collapse happened?
Yeah,
Okay.
they did. And they're saying that that's the reason why there are no injuries. There were a bunch of people, as we heard from Brian, that went over it as it was buckling, but they were able to get there and stop traffic before it collapsed.
Because there have been collapses that have happened and nobody knows about it and cars drive out. There was when I went to Sweden, there was in Gothenburg, there was this bridge, and apparently at some point the bridge gave out. And it was at night, and only and cars just went over it and into the abyss, and that can happen if you're if nobody's there to warn what's going on, and thank God they were able to stop it before anything like that happened.
It's wild because again, on the video that keeps playing over here, and it's one that's all over social media, you actually see the depression in the road starting. You see all this traffic going over. Anything like this, and obviously anyone who's underneath. Thankfully, we think it might just be one person, perhaps the truck driver himself. Yeah. But I always think of that footage of the Nimitz, the highway. There's actually a bridge in San Francisco during the quake where the upper level pancaked down onto the lower level.
Yep.
And I mean,
and people drove off of that too.
Oh my God.
The Bay Bridge, right?
The Bay Bridge, yeah.
So my dad and mom came over yesterday, and we were talking about it. And my dad had a memory, and I would like to put this out to the listeners because I don't remember this, but he said on the day of a Phillies playoff game, which is how my dad marks memories in his life, there was a fire in one of the underpasses beneath 30th Street Station on the Schuylkill Expressway and shut down that stretch of 76 going from like Center City area down towards where the ballpark is. And I don't remember that at all. The one that I remember, we talked about it earlier, the truck fire. There was also like a tanker explosion at the intersection of 76 and 476.
Oh, yeah.
And
oh, yes.
That was, I remember that being, there was a fatality involved. The truck driver died, but that shut down that entire area for at least a day or two. Nothing collapsed as a result, but a tanker exploded at that intersection.
Wow. And then there was the tire fire that Steve mentioned, 1996.
That was 96? Okay.
And that was, I thought that had shut down things. It took them forever to finally completely fix it, but Kathy had said that there were temporary lanes that were open within a few weeks.
I mean, how often do you hear about
that
it?
lasted for 6 months or something.
Truck fire, vehicle fire, and it's out in the open. Where this was the absolute worst place for it to be, especially considering what it was carrying.
Yeah.
But I mean, that sort of stuff is wild. Casey, you were on the Schuylkill. Remember that time you had?
No, I lived right off of the Schuylkill where there was. Oh, no. Okay, so, no. Yeah, you're right. I was stuck in between two accidents. I was behind an accident.
That's where you got to go. The guy came running out, right?
I forgot about that because I also had lived on the Schuylkill when there was a car fire like right by my house, and I wasn't allowed to look at it. So I was stuck in between two accidents, and as we were sitting in traffic in the one accident, somebody got rear-ended by a truck behind me. And that's when, it just went up in flames. And the dude was like, "You got to go." I was like,
Where do you go?
Where do you go?
Jump into the river?
Yeah, because you have to worry about with situations like that, where you're in a traffic jam, a chain effect.
Yeah.
I'm going to choke. I'm choking on my own spit. Hang on.
It happens. Well, the thing, while you collect yourself there, where this happens to be, in that general area, where you're putting off into in that direct area is a nightmare for large vehicles. It's a maze. So, and as you were pointing out, Kathy, throughout the next couple of weeks, people are going to be dealing with a whole bunch of overflow in areas that were not meant to accommodate that kind of traffic.
Oh, yeah. And I didn't even think about what Preston said right here by us, because the boulevard is a main alternate route. That's probably the most direct to 95.
That's why we're putting up a lemonade stand.
Seriously. But 160,000 vehicles over that portion of 95 every single day.
Yeah.
That's 160,000 plus people.
Yes. That will be headed down
other
Route
roadways.
1 now, probably, or a lot of them, and it's not built for that many people. This exchange right over here by us in Bala-Cynwyd is going to be just horrible.
We need to set up some sort of a toll. I think in front of here, Preston, and then also, no, you don't collect it. Just we have to be allowed to put a Preston Steve bumper sticker on your car.
Yeah, but luckily, on all the side streets and everything, there hasn't been like a major infrastructure thing going on with the highways and
that's all going on. That's what I said earlier.
Water
Case.
pipes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I went. I drove into New Jersey this weekend on Saturday and had planned with an extra 15-minute buffer to be where I needed to be. And because of all the construction that's been happening after you get on the Atlantic City Expressway, oh my God, I hit like 4 massive pockets of traffic already. This is pre-fire, mind you.
Right.
And it took
That's just regular.
It took an extra, 30 minutes or so out of my allotted time. And it's just we've already got problems all over the place. Casey, what's that place? The exit in Delaware County that's shut down for a long time down by the airport. Essington?
It's not.
Or no?
It's not.
That didn't happen?
No, it was supposed to be. There were major issues on Route 420 just outside Prospect Park in Essington area, and it was supposed to be shut down for a while, but they overestimated.
Oh, okay.
And so it's been.
We're
fine.
sorry.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
the
been fine.
bridge you were talking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah,
It was gonna be
just
supposed to be-
kidding.
It was supposed to be shut down for like a year
Well,
or something
it said
like
like
that.
indefinitely, but yeah, they were able to actually get that open quickly.
Now, Kath, you came back from the shore. You were down the shore.
Yeah.
How was traffic coming back?
It was fine. It was not bad.
Okay.
We did pretty well. Yeah.
All right, hang on. I want to go to Jack. A truck driver was coming up on the fire. Hi, Jack. You're on the air. Good morning.
I want to see you naked.
I want to see you naked.
What's up, my man?
So it was probably 6:30. The smoke was still white when I was there.
Okay.
All the cars had stopped, and then it started coming out black smoke just billowing. Probably 5 minutes later, state troopers showed up, got in front of everybody. 10 minutes later, everybody on 95 just turned around in the middle of 95 and was going south in the northbound lane.
Wow.
In the wrong way down the shoulder. Once all the cars got out of the way, us truck drivers were able to turn around. Then it was a mile and a half back up to Bridge Street exit, getting off the wrong way. In the meantime, people were impatient. They turned around again and went back to the fire. It was a mess. Everybody was driving whatever direction they wanted to on the northbound lanes.
How much extra time did that add to where you were going?
Probably an hour and a half. I went down 95, went across Betsy Ross, and then came all the way up 295 and over the Turnpike Bridge.
Okay.
So, Jack, if you're going to be running this route, for the next couple of months, and Kathy, you said there's an officially suggested route for truckers. I think the thing to do would be to go over to New Jersey and run parallel and come back. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that would be my route. The only problem with that is now everybody knows that route.
Yeah.
It's true. Yeah.
Detour for Route 1, that's going to be a mess. But if it was me, I would try and stay on toll roads because people don't want to pay the toll, so it'll deter a little bit of people.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Okay. Interesting. Thanks, Jack.
There were explosions. Explosions, correct?
Yes.
That once it hit, the fuel started to leak out and then caused explosions.
Yeah, so they first reported that they weren't sure what it was, but yeah, there were explosions, and then they were saying maybe it was manholes or gas lines that were exploding. Yeah.
I'm curious what happened,
I know.
If it was a medical emergency or, I don't know.
I wonder if
he hit something or I don't know.
Did the engine set on fire?
Yeah,
was he trying to...
That's what I thought. If something set on fire, he would have had time to get out and get away from it.
It's true. It's true. Yeah.
We don't know if he did or not. I mean, that's like the really eerie part is that like his remains might just be like ash right now.
We don't know.
Or Kat, that you're driving gasoline and you see fire, I'm out of here.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have no idea.
I've now entered the fast-paced world of computer software. I've changed my career entirely within 30 seconds.
I have Scott, who is an engineer and actually works on bridges of this type. Hi, Scott.
I love
it. I'm here. Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, so you're a civil engineer, I guess?
Yep, that's correct. Yep, went to Penn State. But these bridges, obviously this bridge, it looked like, I was looking at Google Maps actually, was part of the reconstruction, like you guys mentioned, of 95 in that area. And, it has steel girders, so that heat would definitely melt those girders. But the reason why the bridge wouldn't collapse right away is because there's also steel in the bridge deck, in the concrete itself, that allows it to have more elasticity that keeps it from breaking right away as opposed to, allowing it to bend like it did.
Scott, I was seeing the footage and some of the stuff that was being chipped away, and to your point, it looks like there's long cords of basically like rebar in the road itself. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, correct. Yep, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Yep.
So does steel have more integrity than iron when it comes to heat?
Yeah, I mean, the steel itself, it allows, it gives the concrete like a tensile strength, so that way it allows us bending. Like a great YouTube video, if you guys look at it, is the Tacony Narrows Bridge. It's something every engineer learns about. That bridge, perfectly built new, and the wind acting through a tunnel there actually caused the concrete bridge to warp into like essentially like a noodle or spaghetti.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, it's famous. Yeah,
classic footage. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what the rebar does. It gives it that tensile strength. That concrete normally would be just brittle itself and would just like essentially crumble in this situation, but the rebar itself, that'll keep it from collapsing right away.
So is there anything known to modern engineering that could withstand that kind of heat? Obviously, that wouldn't be, tremendously cost prohibitive, but is there anything out there that they're working on? Not that this happens all that much, but still, you'd want it to be as reinforced as possible.
Yeah, I mean, you can obviously plan for only so many situations.
Yeah.
They plan for earthquakes and stuff like that. But when you're talking that kind of heat from, it's essentially jet fuel at that point.
Yeah.
So, I don't think without spending, way more money than you would ever need for a one-off instance like this.
Sure.
It's just kind of, unfortunate, but
yeah, if they build them out of diamond, then Scott, then it'll be absolutely fine. No, yeah, good point.
All right, thank you, Scott. Appreciate the info, man.
Have a good one.
All right, you too. Here's a text. Now, mind you, this is a text.
Yeah.
It says, I'm a Philly police officer. He's talking about the truck driver. So he said he took the ramp too fast and flipped the truck. From what I understand, he did make it out just fine. I was told this by a coworker at the scene. It's a text, so who knows? I don't know if we'd take it for, who knows? We'll have to find out. It would be, hopefully the guy made it out.
Yeah.
Years ago,
you would think that they would know that by now.
Yeah, years ago, I was going down 195 or actually technically over 195, and this tractor trailer, it was a tanker, just came blowing by me, right?
Yeah.
And then as I was coming off the exit, that same tractor, it was going way too fast and it had flipped over and was on its side.
Wow.
It hadn't caught fire yet, but as I was going past it, I was just waiting for an explosion. You know what I mean? Like I was just kind of bracing myself because, it was a similar situation to this where, like you're just going with the pace of traffic. And, the dude, and it wasn't actually even that hefty of a curve, but.
Was it a tanker truck?
It was a tanker truck, yeah.
Man, I see so many of those trucks on the road, and I'm always like, I'm not nervous when I drive by them, but I think about the truck driver, and I'm like, you are hauling something that could be really bad. And I'll see things like, liquid oxygen or whatever, when they're
or radioactive material.
Things that are really, really dangerous. I'm like, man, I wonder how much that's on their mind.
It'd be a lot on my mind
while they're hauling that stuff.
I can't remember if I told you guys this last week or not, but I know I didn't mention my cousin who is a truck driver, and he's a new truck driver. He just started, but he hauls construction equipment, so big, heavy stone, rock, cement, things like that. He has to pull over every hour and inspect the bed of the truck to make sure that everything is still in place.
Yeah,
good.
I believe it.
Yeah.
We have a hazmat driver on the line. It's Steve. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Morning, bitches.
What's up, bitch? All right, Steve.
What's up, man?
What type of hazmats do you usually drive?
I haul propane. I'm a propane delivery driver.
Wow. Okay, so how often, now clearly you have protocols that you have to follow and safety issues, but how often do you think about how volatile that is, driving that stuff around?
I try not to think about it because once it starts creeping into your mind and you get scared, that's when mistakes start to happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Makes sense.
So,
all right.
Is it better to drive like a loose cannon and get cocky?
No, but I'm confident in my driving skills. It's all the other people on the roadway that you need to worry about, people cutting you off and whatnot.
Right.
Dude, I see, and this is something that is absolutely drives me nuts. When people are weaving in and around trucks, it's you don't know what you're playing with, and you guys I know deal with it all the time. So Are there stretches of road? There have to be that you drive where you get a little tense. I assume, in this area there are a few. I know there's one right by King of Prussia. There's that sign of the tilting truck, to let you know that the truck's jackknifed there routinely. So, what's it like around this area, Steve?
It's again, it all comes back to your driving, you personally driving the vehicle. You have to know how your vehicle handles and what your driving skills are. So someone who's driven truck for a long time knows to take those curves slow because the momentum is going to flip you if you go too fast.
Yeah.
So it all depends on the personal driver, and on the hazmat side, I just think I heard you guys say that the guy got out of the truck. He has a duty to warn. If he was able to get out of that vehicle alive, he has to warn the public what hazard he is carrying.
Right.
Yeah.
So if he is in that state of mind, he needs to start the emergency protocols right away by calling 911. If it's in a residential area, he needs to get to those houses that are near the truck and say, hey, my truck is on fire. You guys need to get out of your home.
Wow.
You have a duty as a driver to protect public life.
Real quick, I want to stress just that was a text that we got from somebody who said they were a Philly police officer. There's nothing official that's come out yet as to what happened with the driver. But I do want to know, Steve, let's say you are hauling a hazmat and all of a sudden you notice a fire on the vehicle. What do you do?
Well, obviously, you're going to pull over at the safest point that you can, and all commercial vehicles are required to carry fire extinguishers. So you're the first line of defense. So you're going to grab your fire extinguisher and try to control the fire while meantime calling 911 and giving them explicit details of what you're hauling, where you are, what is around you, so that the emergency response people have basically as much information as they need coming to the scene, and they know what they're getting themselves into.
We would assume that you would not, obviously, if you could avoid being under an overpass, a bridge above you, you would do that. You would try everything you could to get out from there. So, which indicates that this is probably something, as Kathy said, that happened in a split second. Would you believe that?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I believe part of your hazmat, passing your test and all that, I believe federally it is against the law to park a hazmat vehicle under any type of bridge or that type of structure.
Okay.
So, given the information, I would have to believe it sounds like he would flip his truck.
Years ago, we talked to tractor trailer drivers. They had called in, and Steve had mentioned, he's confident about his driving. It's other people, and people, some of the truck drivers were saying, what's dangerous for them and all of that. And I remember some of the stuff and still drive that way when I see, like if you're going to pass them. Like, I remember the one guy saying, don't linger where we are.
Do it.
Pass us.
Yeah.
I see the same thing.
Hanging off the edge.
I'm like, look, if you're, sticking to the speed limit and you're concerned about that, get up past them for about 10 seconds. You can go over the speed limit and then you can settle back down and drive at the limit. But get past those trucks.
And don't cut in front of them last minute, all that kind of stuff.
Preston, one time Smokey was on my tail. My truck driving buddy allowed me to pull my Trans Am under his 18-wheeler.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah, but I would not do that again.
Be careful. And by the way, we got another text that says that they work for the same company as the driver and he didn't make it. So we don't know.
Yeah.
Bottom line is we don't know yet. So we'll have to wait and find out what the official word is. But it's going to affect a whole lot of people. Even if that is not your regular route, there's a chance that the backups and the alternate routes might cut into your commute time or your plans. So wherever you're going, plan on getting there or plan ahead and leave early.
Yeah, it probably behoove you.
Yeah. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We're still going to talk to Andrew Busch, who is with SEPTA, a little bit later on to find out more some of the details about driving around and so on. But we're going to break and come back in a second, get to the bizarre file story. So hang out with us. We'll be right back.
All right, so that's a Neapolitan, right? Or is it Sicilian square?
No, they just do their own version. They put the sauce on top of the cheese.
12. Right.
Casey says 12. Damn right you got that. And what did you wager on that?
50.
1,000 points.
The scores are as follows. Bucks County, 1,070 points. Delaware County, 830 points. But there's ground to be made up here. And we're on to round 2. Now, things are going to change quite a bit in this particular round. Our categories are going to remain the same. In the past, you've been able to pick your own category and pick your own wager up to 100 points. This time, I thought it'd be kind of nice because you guys have been avoiding certain categories. How about you pick your competitor's category and your competitor's wager in this round? Kathy's leading, and she gets to go first, and you get to pick the category that Casey will choose from and how much Casey will wager in that category.
Okay, I'm going to go history.
Okay. Of course.
For 50.
All right, history for 50. All right, Casey. Delaware County was formerly a part of which other Pennsylvania county?
I believe Chester County.
Your answer is Chester County, and that is correct, sir. Wow! Delaware County split off in 1789.
Interesting. After the great Battle of Chester Hill.
They were originally together, and therefore Casey gets 50 points in that particular one.
All right, so for Kathy, I'm going to go with. This is hard. I'll go with sports.
Of course.
For 100.
Sports for 100. All right.
So sweet.
Kathy, here's your question.
Yeah.
Who was Neshamony's starting quarterback in 1990 and current Penn State head coach?
I don't know. God, I know you're going to say it, and I'm going to recognize it, but I don't know it.
Okay, so you don't have an answer, or
Let's
you just
say a
gonna
name.
throw a name out there?
Say your name. Say your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, although I think he's a representative.
No, that's incorrect. Casey, do you know who it is?
It's Franklin.
Yeah, James Franklin is the correct answer. So Kathy gets docked 100 points.
All right, I'm gonna try this, but I'm gonna go shopping for. What's the difference here?
You are at 970 right now.
You're up by
Casey's at
90.
880.
All right, I'm gonna do 50.
Okay. Keep in mind, these questions came from residents of Delaware County.
People who live there.
They want you to win.
Yeah.
But these are the only questions that I had to go off of, Casey. So no complaining, please.
Well, no. I've already done all my complaining for the day.
I'm sure there'll be no more complaining.
You've got more to go.
I got
This site, recently home to the Countryside Market in Swarthmore, or is it Swarthmore?
I say Swarthmore.
Swarthmore.
Uh-huh.
Was a convenience store in the 1980s. The convenience store had 3 names before becoming the Countryside Market. You just have to name one of those.
Soups? Or like supers?
Incorrect.
Ooh.
No.
Really?
It was either Eddie's, Albert's, or Evans.
Okay.
All right, Kathy, which former Philadelphia Eagle graduated from Pennsbury High School in Fairless Hills?
Is it Troy Vincent?
That's a good answer, and it's correct.
Wow.
Yes. In 1850, Delaware County's county seat moved to Media. Okay, Media is considered the county seat of Delaware. Where was it originally?
Chester.
He's right. Yeah! Chester was originally the county seat. All right, what category and what's the wager, Case?
Kath, I just want you to do well. All right, so I'm going to give you a whole bunch of points. We're going to wager 100 points on history.
History. This person was the founder of the religious school Log College and later the pastorate of Neshamony Warwick Presbyterian Church.
Mr. Log.
Mr. Log.
Is that a real answer? I'm curious.
Yes.
Yes? No, it was William Tennant.
William Tennant.
Mother, I knew it was. You know what? And somebody sent me not that information, but somebody sent me information about Log College.
That somebody did you a disservice.
Yeah, they did.
All right, that was William Tennant, a well-known name in Bucks County. 1,010 for Kathy, 930 for Casey.
So 80
It's an 80
points separates the two contenders.
Last question for Casey.
Oh my God! Last question.
Yeah. Can we just keep going for a little?
Well.
Oh wow.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, so it's an 80-point difference. This is the last question. Is there a double jeopardy?
There's something else.
Okay. All right.
You look great today, Kath.
Go ahead, say the F word, Kathy.
I know.
You want to say it so badly. We can dump it out.
The dulcet tones of Kathy Romano.
That's what Dennis hears around frisky time.
Damn it. All right, I'm gonna do entertainment.
Okay.
Entertainment.
For 10 points.
Wow. Okay. See, and this is where the strategy comes into play. Casey?
Yeah.
What's the Delco Dance Club that featured a spaceship and a dancing robot MC?
Listen, it's only worth 10 points, Kathy. Pulsations.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, absolutely. What's the category and what's the wager?
We're going to go 70 points in history.
70 points in history. And I got to get to the history.
Right, Nick?
Yeah, man. You play Jeopardy.
Yeah, I didn't do well in my SATs, but...
You even know how to wager.
History. What Bucksco town was named after George Washington's famous crossing of the Delaware River to take Trenton by surprise in the Revolutionary War?
Washington Crossing.
She got it right. That's exactly correct. Yes.
I got pulsations. You get that. That's fair enough.
All right. So, what is the score here at the end of round 2?
Kathy with 1,080. Casey with 940.
I need the screen, please. For this, we're going to do something now. A few years ago, we had somebody call up on the phone, and we're going to do the same thing. This time, we are calling this, I don't know who's on the phone.
Oh, okay.
The category of I don't know who's on the phone is local businesses. Local businesses. So write down your wager now. Okay, you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
Wagers are in, and we're playing I don't know who's on the phone. Local businesses, the category, and we have our caller on the line. Good morning. Can you hear me, sir?
Good morning. I can hear you.
All right. Would you please present your question for our contestants?
Good morning. My name is Bill. I'm vice president of a local company. We were established in South Philadelphia in 1891. We are headquartered in Malvern, Pennsylvania, and we have 11 locations in Delaware County and 7 in Bucks County. One of your show members currently endorses our company. What is the name of the company I work for?
Okay. Marissa just handed me a note that says it's over.
It is over.
And
that's not fair.
And I shook my head. And I said, no, it won't be, because more bitching is going to happen.
No,
It is.
you know why it's not over? Because tonight you're going to wake up screaming, and you'll be reliving it over and over again.
Okay, so do we ask for their answers first, or do I ask our caller on the line what the answer is?
I think what you do is you go to the answers and then, right.
Yeah.
And then I do the Alex Trebek. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's go. And then we'll have our caller on the line to hang on just a moment. So, Kathy, you were in the lead, and that means you get to go first, I believe, is how that works. So, Kathy, what is your answer?
Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin' Donuts. And that is incorrect. I'm sorry. What is your wager, please?
300 points.
300 points. And, Nick, what does that total bring her to?
780 points for Kathy Romano.
Casey?
I really could have done a number on myself here, but I blame my brother if I get this wrong, because my brother's philosophy is go big or go home. Okay? My answer is Horizon.
Horizon. That is also incorrect. And your wager?
940 points.
Oh, my goodness. Let me go to our caller. Bill, can you tell these people what company you work for, please?
I work for Acme Markets.
The official supermarket of the Preston and Steve Show. Casey,
Kathy wins!
Kathy
wins!
Oh, my God! Oh, my freaking God!
Bucksco versus Delco. It was anybody's game to the very end.
I actually, at the last few moments, was sure you had it, Casey.
I did too.
I was sure, because you're also, it looked as if you wrote a short word.
I did, and you know what really stinks is he's the new president, so I don't know his name.
Well, that's why we chose him, because if it was somebody that you knew by the sound of their voice, they weren't going to be able to.
Let's focus on what's important. I won. Where do you want to go to dinner, Casey?
Well, whenever you want, girlfriend. Whenever you want.
Nick, do me a favor. Remove that screen.
Yes, so he can punch her.
So Casey can punch her in the face. Oh, my gosh.
I honestly honestly, I thought for sure.
They're hugging.
I thought, Casey, you were going to say your brother had quizzed you about this company and you had some insight.
If I can have a moment, I prepared something I wanted to say.
Casey's written a statement.
You know, I came here this week, and I didn't know what to expect. Now, I've seen a lot of people hating me, and I didn't know what to feel about that, so I guess I didn't like you much then either. During this fight, I seen a lot of changing. The way yous felt about me and the way I felt about you. In here, there were two people killing each other. But I guess that's better than 20 million. What I'm trying to say here, if I can change and you can change, everybody can change. I just want to say, to my kid who should be at home cleaning, don't forget to scrub the toilets. I love you.
He's a champion anyway.
Not really. Here's the thing. What's great for you guys is, because what I was thinking is if Casey won, then the whole competition would have been evened out and we had to do it again. Now,
we don't have to do it.
Now there's no grudge match. There's no grudge match.
No rematch.
Nothing.
No rematch.
Ain't going to be no
I
rematch.
win. Thank you very much. I'm so glad that I didn't disappoint my Bucks County residents and friends.
You honestly, you
Mom,
both
Dad, I love
played
you.
very well. Kathy, you played very well. You did. And I mean, especially honestly in the trivia, you pulled some things out of the proverbial ass that I had no hope you would get, and you got it.
Thank you
so
very
amazing.
much. Oh my God, this was so fun. Thank you guys.
Of course it was fun.
This
No,
was
it
great.
sucked, I
What
think,
a
for everybody.
fair contest you guys pulled off.
Now watch us find out that Soups is actually the name of the place.
Then I would have 100 points and I still lose. By the way, Kathy, you mentioned Dunkin' Donuts. Did you know that there's 33 Dunkin' Donuts locations
Oh,
in
there's
Delaware
26 in Bucks County.
County? Yeah.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Because you did the Wawa question last year.
Do you know how many swim clubs there are in Bucks County?
Listen, you know what? I want to know. I don't know if we're going to do this now or not, but some of the questions that we didn't go over, because there was something that I was sure you guys were going to answer, and I really put a lot of time studying it.
What was it?
I have several other ones, and we don't have time to do it now. But maybe next week we can go through some of the questions because
we'll do a question purge.
I'm dying to know.
So one of the big things in Bucks County, and specifically Levittown, was the LPRA pools, and I thought for sure you were going to ask questions about those.
Nothing came up about that.
Yeah.
So.
And because we were both lifeguards, I could have sworn there was going to be. There were a couple of things where I'm like, all right, what do Kathy and I both have in common? Dunkin' Donuts was obviously the one. And I thought about Acme, but I wasn't sure how many Acmes there were in Bucks County.
Yeah.
So
I had to pick something that both counties had in common.
I know. And
I tried to see if there was maybe a famous person that was born in one county and went to school in another or lived in another.
right,
and I couldn't come up with anybody.
How about this one?
Okay.
William Penn founded two towns on either side of Philadelphia, and he called them new towns. Okay, so there's a Newtown, Bucks County, and a Newtown, Delaware County. Same question, different answers. So
Interesting.
Newtown, Delaware County was founded in 1681, and then you guys were like 1684 or something like that.
WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Pro Team Collision, your certified collision repair center. And if you get into an accident, Pro Team Collision is there for all of your auto body repair needs. A man from Tampa Bay, Florida, has survived an infection of flesh-eating bacteria that began killing the tissue in his leg. And it's really interesting how this happened. His name was Donnie Adams.
Oh, boy.
And he said, I would have never imagined that a human bite would turn into something so horrific as a flesh-eating bacteria. So Adams was at a family event in February when things got sour between two family members. He tried to get in between them, but ended up getting bitten. And I don't know who did it, and they're very vague on other than what I just described to you, they're very vague on the events that took place.
Must have been Uncle Chompy.
He went to the hospital for a tetanus shot and antibiotics. He said by the third day, my leg was very sore. I couldn't walk. It was very warm and very painful, and his infection was worsening. He was taken to the hospital in St. Petersburg. The doctor, Fritz Brink, said, I looked at him and I said to him that I need to take you to the operating room. Dr. Brink said that he found something worse than what he expected, necrotizing fasciitis.
Holy Jesus.
This bacterial condition, more commonly known as the flesh-eating bacteria, travels along the muscle sheath and destroys healthy tissue. It can be caused by a number of bacteria, but most commonly a group called Streptococcus bacteria, and usually after it enters through a break in the skin. He said there's a lot of really bad bacteria that live between our teeth and our gums in our mouth.
I don't like it.
Dr. Brink performed a second surgery to cut out the infected tissue from Adam's thigh. He said, if I would have waited until that next day after the ER's second visit, there was a good chance that I would have lost my leg, said Adams.
I live in terror of that stuff. Your uncle had it, right?
He did. It nearly killed him. He was right on death's edge. He also could have gone into septic shock, which can be fatal. Dr. Brink noted that bacterial infections can evolve very quickly. He also urged those with wounds to watch for signs of worsening infection, which would be redness, increased pain, or warmth.
I think I'd rather have the hiccups.
And seek medical attention immediately. Yeah, I vote hiccups, too.
Ow, Charlie! Ow!
Charlie bit him.
Yeah, he had flesh-eating disease.
Charlie bit me.
There you go. 71-year-old man in Oregon is facing up to 2 decades in federal penitentiary for rigging his home with a plethora of Indiana Jones-inspired booby traps, including a round hot tub set to roll down a hill like the boulder from Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Listen, it sounds like a course I'd kind of like to run.
And it actually left one federal agent hospitalized. A federal jury last week found Gregory Lee Rodveld guilty on one count of assaulting a federal officer and
hot tubs. I hate hot tubs.
And one count of using and discharging a firearm in relation to a crime of violence. Rodveld owned and occupied a home until August of 2018 when he lost the home in a lawsuit.
Look at the picture of this goober up on the screen here.
Oh, yeah. An attorney was appointed by the court to be the custodian for the property and charged with cleaning and selling the home. However, the attorney requested the assistance of authorities after learning that Rodveld had returned to the home since losing it and had placed a sign in front of the house stating that it was protected by, quote, improvised devices. At the request of the custodial attorney, bomb technicians responded to the property. By the way, because he, in 2007 and 17, had been charged with unlawful possession of explosives.
That's my neighbor.
So they were a little concerned. And upon arrival of the property, the bomb technicians encountered a minivan obstructing the gate. Investigators said they found steel animal traps attached to the gate post and underneath the minivan's hood as well. Additionally, homemade spike strips were discovered, which the attorney had unintentionally driven over in the past. As a technician near the residence, they observed a large round hot tub that had been placed on its side. Authorities said that the hot tub was rigged in such a manner that when the gate was open, it would activate a mechanical trigger that would cause the spa to roll forward to the person at the gate, much like a scene from the movie in Indiana Jones.
Wow.
Further inspection by the technicians revealed windows that had been secured from the inside and security doors located at both the front and rear of the residence. The doors had also displayed apparent bullet holes from shots fired from within. Inside the garage. There's a lot to this, by the way.
He really spent a lot of time. If this guy could be a multimillionaire if he designed theme parks.
Listen to this. Inside the garage, a rat trap had been modified to accommodate a shotgun shell. Although the trap was not loaded, it was connected to the main garage door, designed to activate when the door was open. As the bomb technicians congregated near the front of the residence, they utilized an explosive charge to breach the door. The group carefully entered the premises, diligently searching for additional traps. And in the center of the front entryway, they encountered a wheelchair, which, when inadvertently moved by one of the agents, triggered a homemade shotgun device. The device discharged a .410 shotgun shell, striking one of the FBI bomb technicians below the knee.
Jeez.
The injured technician was promptly given first aid and transported to the local hospital. Investigators said Rodveld admitted setting up the booby traps, including the one involving the hot tub. During the interview, he stated that he set up fishing line and a tripwire across the property gate. that went to a round hot tub that was on its side, set to roll down the hill and hit whoever comes through the gate.
So is this guy retired?
I think he's done.
Yeah.
Rodveldt's sentencing will be determined at a later date. Assaulting a federal officer with a deadly or dangerous weapon carries a potential penalty of up to 20 years in federal prison. Wow. All right, and then we will do one more story of a clever guy here. An Indy man is charged after Indianapolis Metropolitan Police claim he shot at a mouse outside the home he lives in.
Shot at a mouse?
Yes, police were called June 6th.
The hell did I do?
They responded to reports of shots fired. A property owner on the scene, Richard Arias, told police that resident 22-year-old Frankie Rosa was shooting outside the home. Officers say they witnessed Rosa squatting down in the front yard.
I'm going to get you, man.
And after giving commands, took him into custody. Rosa told officers he was outside shooting his gun because he had a mouse caught in a trap. So the mouse is already caught.
Right.
All right.
Rubbing salt in the wound now.
He added that he brought the trap outside and fired one shot. When asked where he was standing by officers, Rosa pointed in the direction of the home. He also stated that the gun was under his pillow inside. Detectives who questioned him say that he was mad that his house had mice and attempted to tell the landlord about the situation, but nothing was done. After finding the mouse stuck in the sticky trap, he fired one shot at the mouse where Arias and Arias' son and a neighbor were standing 2 to 3 feet beside him.
That's my dad.
So Arias told officers that after watching 2 mice on stick traps, he told Rosa to wait and the mice would die. Rosa then responded stating, "You don't have to wait." And he pulled out his gun and shot.
Call this the mouse killer.
A search warrant was granted.
I know, Mr. Mouse, you're wondering, how many shots did I fire? And all the hubbub, I forgot myself.
So they found a spent 9mm shell casing laying on the floor, a black 9mm, and a magazine. And
Are you feeling lucky, mouse?
Also, a locked safe was lying under an entertainment center, and after finding the key to the safe, they located a receipt for the gun, a small scale, a pill bottle with all kinds of stuff, Xanax pills and Alprazolam and all this other
This guy's got to get with the guy in the first story, Preston.
So Rosa was arrested for criminal recklessness, felony possession of a controlled substance, and
Should have rolled a hot tub on it.
enhancing circumstances. That'll kill that thing.
That'll kill it. I got a whole rig. Hot tub.
All right, there you go. That's all I have in the bizarre file. I have even better stories for later on. It's just those had a whole lot of details in them to share with you. But
we should take one day and spend the see how many booby traps we could rig in the studio here, just for the hell of it,
and then invite Bill to come down
just to see.
Oh man! All right. Listen, let's take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We have a little more on the fire and the collapse of 95. We're actually going to talk to Andrew Busch from SEPTA, get a little more details on that. We also have an announcement coming up later on this morning about an event coming to town that you will want to know about. So stay put. We'll be back in just a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
I did so much research. Meanwhile, we both were like, no, we're not doing anything.
Kathy, Marissa, there's a couple of pieces of paper underneath my
I
computer.
did so much research on, and it didn't need to be because I knew you weren't going to stick to Levittown, even though that's where I grew up. But, there's all of those sections. All of the sections have different street name or have the street names with the same letter of the section. So I memorized 3 street names for each section. In case
Jesus
you asked
Christ.
me the same question.
Well, but then both of you were full of crap that you weren't studying.
Dude,
Listen,
did
and
you
it
see my
wasn't
study
until
sheet here?
Look at his study sheets.
It
there.
wasn't until last
It looks
night.
like his tax returns.
Steve, I did it last night laying in bed. My cousin, Katie, texted me and she goes, if you're not studying, I'm going to be so angry. And I was like, oh, no,
Yeah.
I'm studying, I promise.
Yeah, so like shopping, I'm surprised you guys didn't ask me about the bazaar. I remembered because the bazaar's not there anymore, but I remember.
Casey, there was a question about the bazaar that was, what is the name of the store that used to sell rock T-shirts at the bazaar?
That might have been Comic Universe. I don't know.
No, it was
for
Rock
sure.
Tees.
Rock Tees, yeah.
So you wouldn't have gotten that one right.
And I want to thank Levittown Now because they did an article on, or they did an interview with me a while back, but he sent over like a fact sheet on Bucks County.
Really? Do you know what the population is in your county?
You know what? I didn't go there because I thought we kind of covered that yesterday.
Yeah.
What is it in Delaware County?
562,960.
I know there's 17,311 homes in Levittown.
Oh my God.
Ridley Creek State Park is 2,600 acres. There's 191 square miles in all of Delaware County, 184 of which is land.
Driftwood Water Adventures operates out of Tyler State Park and Falls Park.
Yeah, Strathaven High School is actually named after Thomas Leaper's hometown in Scotland. And by the way, I'm going to start a petition now because the Strathaven mascot is the Panthers, and because it's named after a town in Scotland, I feel like their mascot should be the Griffins.
Okay,
Griffins,
fair enough.
all right.
Start that petition.
Nick Murphy, also from Bucks County. Did you know that there was an East and West Levittown? I did not know that, and it is split by Edgeley Road. Yes.
Wow. What's the oldest library in Bucks County?
Oh, you know what? I think is it gone? It's gone because the library that's there now is new.
Do you realize you're providing questions for when we do this again in 30 years?
No, we're not doing it again. I win.
The first library, I think the oldest library in the country is in Delaware County, Casey.
If it is, then it's Darby Library because that's the oldest in the county. And then the longest tenured mayor in Delaware County, he's been mayor for 44 years. Frank Kelly in Collingdale.
Okay.
Shout out.
Bob Casey, Pat Toomey.
Yeah. Well, Bob Casey's for
Ryan
both of us.
Fitzpatrick.
Do you know who your city councilman chairman is?
No, I didn't do councilman. I just
John
did the Senate and
McLean.
House of Representatives.
Bob Brady. That's our.
What else do I have?
The 7th congressional district is vacant right now.
Levittown's 22 square miles.
Felicity alum. Felicity.
Tonight on a powerful Felicity. Felicity shows up late for a chemistry class.
I'm sorry. I thought it was an 8.
That's to go to detention.
Go to detention. Felicity.
Carrie Russell.
Carrie Russell. She, formerly of the long locks, who killed her career by cutting her hair, but has now grown her hair back and is doing great things with the American.
So Carrie Russell was Felicity.
Sound like
history in Russell.
It's Carrie Russell's history.
Presented by Rita that she grew her hair back, and it was wonderful.
Oh,
she plays a commie bitch who pretends she's one of us. Those commies.
In what?
In The Americans.
Oh, The Americans.
You don't watch that?
No,
She's a spy.
I don't watch that.
It's like that John Travolta, Kelly Preston movie.
Oh, yeah. You know, The Experts.
The Experts.
But she may join J.J. Abrams and Star Wars Episode 9.
We forget that it was J.J. Abrams who created and wrote a number of the
Felicity episodes.
I did forget that, yeah.
Yeah.
No word yet on whether she'll tackle a hero or a villain in the epic franchise. The movie begins shooting in London this month, by the way.
Unless we forget also that Carrie Russell won Mr. Skin's Best Butt Shot, I believe, in the Anatomy Awards.
Got a nice pooper.
No kidding. Casey says
got a hell of a pooper. kind of butt you want to spend a weekend spelunking at, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, we are back from vacation.
We are.
So the.
Oh yeah, this is nice. Is good stuff.
Look, there's some soccer players in there from Thailand.
These are the kids. I'm gonna help you out.
You guys all right?
Wait, I see light from the badge.
Oh, God.
We can do this.
Wow.
It's a new survival story unlike any other.
Walk this way, kids. We go. Is it a stalagmite or a stalactite?
The tight or from the ceiling stalactite hang on top, and the mites are.
You know that?
Yeah, that's the old stalactite.
It's tight. It hangs on, and stalagmite might make it to the ceiling if it keeps growing. So.
And all of this is taking place in Felicity.
In Felicity's butt.
Okay, yeah.
Text says, driving my kids to daycare, my 2-year-old is calling my 1-year-old a commie bitch. Thanks. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Well, they're learning about a time in our history that was very important.
Yeah. Hey, I noticed a few things.
Oh, my God.
Yes! I did. I absolutely positively.
He's back.
Yeah.
You know what he does. He notices things so you don't have to.
Yeah.
You're too busy sleeping 3 hours a day on your job.
Yes, it's true.
He's out there noticing.
Hey, you know what I noticed? I noticed that My penis looks a little bit bigger in the summertime.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And I think I know that's why is that? You tend to be trimmer in the summer, don't you?
No, actually, this is something that was on Reddit, and I just used me as an example. This is not true, but apparently there's something called a summer penis.
And the living is easy?
Or summer penis
makes me feel fine.
So on Reddit, one user asked if others experienced a, quote, bigger D in the summertime and smaller in winter.
Bigger D.
I'm paraphrasing.
Winter's coming. Winter's coming. Smaller D's for everyone.
Men said soaring temperatures cause their junk to appear larger. And when they're happy, so to speak, when they're at attention,
clap your nuts.
Apparently, it's better.
When you're happy and you know it, clap your nuts.
Squish, squish.
Ow.
Dr. Dudley Danoff.
Dr. Dudley Danoff does not exist.
Author of The Ultimate Guide to Male Sexual Health says that hot temperatures cause blood vessels to widen.
Yeah.
And you may swell a little bit.
Oh, yeah. I'm swelling right now.
Urologist Dr. Jamin Brambot.
Stop it.
This is fake.
There's not even,
Dudley Jamin.
Dudley Danoff.
And his nurse, Katrina Thunderrod.
This is urologist Dr. Now, I'm probably pronouncing this. It's probably Yamin, Jamin. I just said
Yamin.
Jamin.
You got yourself a big penis there, man.
Brambot, which is Brahmbhatt.
Maybe it's Jamin, and his real name is like Benjamin, but
he changes it
instead of going by Ben, he goes Jamin.
It's quite possible.
Well, Yamin Brahmbhatt says that men's penises always remain the same size, but adds that blood vessels near the surface may contract to maintain heat, and that hot weather may cause those blood vessels to fill to the max.
We're not talking about, obviously, we're not talking about a 1.5 foot increase. We're talking perhaps just a general. Now,
Just
however,
a general fullness.
when you lose weight, it does appear to be larger. Correct?
I would think so.
Stands to reason.
I would guess so, yeah.
So, yeah, that's, but I mean, yes, in the engorging process, perhaps.
But also,
Bill loves all these words, by the way.
Don't you feel like your fruit hangs a little bit lower during the summer just because
it's sad?
Not necessarily that, but it's just it's warmer, so
I think so.
Things
Right?
are looser.
For
Yeah.
proper child production, the baby batter must be cooler, right? That's why your testicles are the way they are in the body's configuration. They always say to you, loose and cooler. Well, is the you guys have kids?
I don't know. I didn't look that much into it.
You didn't chill them up before you got it on.
But it is sophisticated.
Spray them with some CO2.
It is sophisticated equipment that is meant for the purposes of of reproduction. Yes, and therefore it maintains to a certain temperature so that your equipment
Your
will work
McDLT.
properly, and you're cool on the cool side and hot on the hot. Anyway, we'll move on to something else. I just liked it because the headline was "Heat Waves Lead to Summer Penis."
Oh yeah.
From the noticer.
Thank you.
Makes me feel fine. Blowing into jasmine across my sack.
Love that song. Can't help it.
I did notice something else.
More from the noticer. He notices so you don't have to.
I noticed
across an empty field. Down a dark alley.
I do notice that I will use digital assistants from time to time. The two that I use are
your fingers.
No.
And your toes.
Not those digital.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Meaning Siri and Alexa. Those are the two that I use from time to time. Now,
Okay.
Alexa I mainly use for like a timer when I'm cooking or music to listen to real quick or something like that.
In your kitchen, do you have the show, the Alexa show? Which has the screen on it?
Oh.
No.
It's actually very cool, especially if you're doing recipes or things of that nature.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyhow, there was a new study that finds which is the smartest of them all and in what order. This is Loop Ventures. They did a study that had researchers ask the 4 digital assistants 800 questions, and they found all assistants were great at understanding the questions. They have determined who actually answered the most questions.
I have them all, or have had them all. This sounds like I'm bragging about sexual conquest. But yeah, so go through this. I'm curious to see if it lines up with what I experienced.
So they found that the smartest of them all is Google Assistant.
Okay, so that's what I learned, is that the ability to answer questions and questions contextually went to Google.
I can't stand when I ask Siri a question and she just gives me a bunch of websites to go to. I'm like, just give me.
Do not like that. However, though, Google Assistant will most often default to Wikipedia.
There are obviously silly, ridiculous things that you don't need it for, but you use it for anyway.
I still do, yeah.
What do you think for you is the most practical purpose for using any of these?
Well, honestly, for when I'm sitting, for example, if I'm sitting and I'm setting up something for the media. You know, I'm watching TV or whatever, and I'm looking down at something, or I need the lights on, or I'm turning lights on and off.
Okay.
Playing music, playing
I think that's
the radio.
What I would use it for.
Playing. I walk into a room. I constantly use it for weather. I constantly use it.
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. And with this nightmare of an issue, you may have to consider doing some other things as far as your commute goes, and maybe you should consider mass transit. So we'd actually like to welcome from SEPTA, we have the Director of Media Relations, Andrew Busch, who's joining us this morning. Hi, Andrew. Good morning to you.
Good morning. How you doing?
We're doing pretty good. You guys are, I'm sure, started scrambling right away to try to figure out how you could help with all this stuff that's happened, right?
Yeah, so we went into action right away yesterday, working with the city and the state to try to get people viable alternatives. Starting this morning, so we have some extra service out there this morning, evaluating how that's working, and then we'll probably tweak it from there. But we're in this for the long haul. We know it's going to be a long process.
Yeah, I would imagine you put some stuff down on paper, get some ideas, but when you beta test it, when you throw it out there in the public, that's when you find out what works and what doesn't.
That's exactly right. So we'll be evaluating right after the morning rush this morning. We put some extra service on regional rail on the Trenton line in particular, because that mirrors a lot of that corridor of 95 there. So that's a viable route for people to take. Adding some train cars to scheduled trains. So we're trying to just make more room for more people.
Okay, and with that, were there any train lines affected by that fire at all?
There were not. The only impact that we've had is a few bus routes that operate on the ground in that area have had to route around it, but minimal impact on our services resulting from that.
It's interesting because people who are not accustomed to taking mass transit of any sort in the morning commute, it might, because of the very nature of where this occurred, might for the first time consider it. So I assume there's going to be nice bagel spreads aboard various vehicles, things of that nature. No, I mean, seriously, so someone who's a neophyte, what's the best way to proceed and get on board, no pun intended, for mass transit access?
Sure. So the first place we'd like them to start is on our website, and that's SEPTA.org, where they can go to Twitter at SEPTA. Also, we have extra hours on our customer service call center. That's 215-580-7800. So we're helping people there. Once they get to the stations, we have ambassadors out this morning at key spots where we think we are going to be seeing some of those, whether they're first-time users or maybe they haven't been on in 5 years. Help them get on, make sure they know that they can get on a regional rail train without purchasing a fare first. They can pay with a credit card on board. There's a lot that's changed over the last few years.
Yeah.
So we're trying to make it as smooth as possible because, we want them to keep using us through this crisis. But, we're hoping that people will stick with us long term.
Andrew, you're offering free parking at some stations?
Yeah, so parking is free at just about all stations. And we've added, with partnership with the PPA, they have lots at the Fox Chase, Torresdale, and Fern Rock stations. They've opened up their lots for free. So those are great park and ride options in addition to the SEPTA lots, which are already free. And another option, the Market Frankfurt line, which gets you from the Northeast all the way through Center City and into West Philadelphia, you can park for free at our garage at the Frankfurt Transportation Center.
Andrew, I got a question from a listener, and he wanted to know if SEPTA is going to plan on relaxing the bike policy on the L and regional rail that bikes on peak trains. On peak trains would help alleviate some of the congestion. So do you know if the bike policy is going to change on any of the trains or any of the regional rail areas?
So no immediate word on that, but those are certainly the kinds of things that we're going to take under advisement as we revise these plans. So if we are seeing some newer riders come on that are using bikes, we'll see what we can do to accommodate that. One thing that we do have to watch out for with that is that we're probably going to be more crowded than usual.
Yeah.
So we have to make sure that we have enough space, but we're looking at everything.
Andrew, I saw a cartoon once where a train had a bunch of rolled up track on the front of it. Are there any plans to do something like that?
Yeah. Well, hey, we'll look at everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take it under advisement.
no bad ideas.
It's got to be pandemonium when something like this happens, but it seems like you've got all the proverbial bases covered.
We're doing what we can. Yep.
Yeah.
It might be too early for this question. It's only 8:30, but are you seeing additional ridership already this morning?
So we are, yeah. And, we'll be taking counts and getting more on that later in the day. But I know at those park and ride lots, places like the Cornwalls Heights station and the others, Fox Chase, those areas, we are seeing people who are some of them taking SEPTA for the first time. Some haven't been on in a while. They're interacting with our people. So we are, we're seeing more people come, and we certainly want to make sure that they have a good experience today.
And there'll be additional service this afternoon as well, right?
That's right. So on the Trenton line, it's 3 additional trains in the morning, 3 for the afternoon evening rush, and again, added capacity on other trains. And we're going to, look at everything through the day, see if we need to change anything for tomorrow. Might have a different, with some people working from home on Mondays, might have a different travel pattern on Tuesday. So we'll have to see if we have to make any adjustments there.
Have you been given a projected time frame for how long you'll have to run this way?
We haven't, but we assume it's going to be for months,
okay.
If not more. I mean, we're in close coordination with the city and the state on that, but it's going to be for as long as we need to get through this difficult, challenge here.
All right. A lot of people have to step up right now, and you guys are definitely one of them. So, Andrew, check your Twitter account or the website for any details that people might need, correct?
That's right. That's
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you. We appreciate the information, Andrew, and thanks for checking in today.
Thanks for having me on.
Very cool.
All right. Andrew Busch.
You heard him say it. Stay tuned to us.
Yeah, we will be your news source, your information source.
I may have misheard that, but it seemed that's what was being implied.
That's right. Case, can you bring in that thing I left in there? I wanted to show you guys something. I got kind of a little tchotchke from the weekend. That
No Jonies?
No Jonies, just tchotchkes. But I thought you guys might find this kind of interesting, so I left it out there. Marissa's going to grab it. All right.
Is it an alpaca?
Ruin it. Never mind.
I need to see an alpaca next to a llama, see if I can choose.
Oh, I have a good porn movie
they're
for you.
totally different.
Are they?
Yeah, and alpacas are usually brown, and they also have a big fuzzy face, like a big round fuzzy face.
All right.
And llamas are similar in their type, but their faces look a little bit different. You can see a fuzzier.
They make a different sound when they're being cooked alive.
All right, here's what I brought for you. It's Steve's birthday cake. I was just kidding about the tchotchke.
I had a suspicion, but I love Batman cake. Is this from our friends at Acme?
That is from our friends at Acme.
Is it devil's food?
I don't think it's devil's food.
We didn't want
But
to get
it
your
is-
favorite.
I was asked ahead of time to select a flavor.
Then it might be
really?
devil's food. It is
Okay.
Batman.
Do you have a place for it over there, or are you just going to hold that for the rest of the show?
No.
Marissa just gave it to him and walked away.
What I'm going to do is gently rest my face in it.
You should. It's a large sheet cake. I guess you'd call that a sheet cake.
Can you be like a 1-year-old?
I do give a sheet.
Can you be like a 1-year-old on his birthday?
Yeah, let's just leave it there and see what he does.
I don't know the artwork. All right,
But it's the Batman. It's the bat signal. It's the bat.
Yes,
it's the bat trademarked bat symbol.
Now, how did you know he liked Batman, and that would be the cake to get?
I pay attention.
Come on. Yes,
actually,
that's what it
no. Casey took care of the details. So.
Is it devil's food cake?
It is.
Is it devil food?
Is. Yeah. Yummy.
Yep.
I invite all of you to have some.
The
Thank
Acme-
you so much, our friends at Acme.
Bakeries.
Acme Bakeries.
Thank you, guys.
Beautiful job. Thank you, Marissa.
There should be a Brat Man.
Brat
There is.
Man.
Yeah. Is there?
I don't know.
He's he's a petulant 12-year-old.
There's a Bart Man.
Yeah, there's a
That.
Bart Man.
And a fat man.
So today being your birthday, but did you do anything over the weekend to
No, my
commemorate
wife
or
was
celebrate?
feeling a little under the weather. We got our the mutiny in, and thanks to everyone who attended. It was phenomenal. It was fantastic. But so actually, it worked out that I was around and able to tend to her, and I did a couple of tracheotomies.
Nice.
She didn't ask for them, but I did. No, but it was kind of relaxed and mellow. What did you do? You had a special thing, didn't you?
Well, I didn't. You mean for my anniversary?
No, I mean didn't you play?
I did, yes, but real quick, yeah, our anniversary is today as well, and we know the moment that I realized it was my anniversary when I didn't know it was my anniversary back in 2007.
One of the classic moments, and now you will never forget.
But we're gonna get together and do something tonight to commemorate that, which is I think we're just gonna get a bite to eat. We don't do the big anniversary thing anymore. And the next year will be our 25th.
That's when you go down to the sump and shoot rats.
Yeah, we'll do something special for the 25th.
My brother and sister-in-law celebrated their 25th anniversary last week, and my niece ended up having she planned a nice surprise party for them on Friday night, which was just so great. And then she had the priest that married them showed up to the party, and they renewed their vows. Oh my God, there was not a dry eye in the entire place. I was trying to keep it together myself, you know what I mean? Because they had like the whole bridal party just kind of sitting there, and they were renewing the vows. And then, I'm just looking at my sister-in-law, and she's starting to well up. And then, for those of you who don't know, my sister-in-law, how many years ago was this? 15 years ago at least. She had a brain tumor.
Yeah.
And they didn't know, they didn't know how bad it was. Really touch and go, and as it turned out, it was non-cancerous or whatever, but they still had to remove it. But anyway, when they got to the sickness and health part of the renewal of the vows, like I could, you know what I mean? Like when you just when something like that happens, you band together, you get through it, and then and then it's something in the past, and then when something like that, just a couple of words comes up, it like brings it all back.
Well, because the first time in the ceremony, I think you all had that. When that's said in sickness and health, you usually say, how sick are we talking?
How sick here?
Are we talking drool sick?
Yeah.
Or I don't feel so well?
Because if poop's involved.
Yeah. Because I'm not good with that.
Yeah, it's kind of tough, but
I mean, if we're negotiating here, obviously, so let's work this out.
But maybe next year for the 25th we'll do something kind of special.
You guys are a cute couple.
Oh, thank you.
You really are. And
someone's looking for a thruple.
You guys are a hot couple, and I just want to watch.
I just want to be somewhere in there.
Yeah, I want to watch the first time, and if you feel like inviting me in,
you just want to watch that first.
If you want to ruin that enjoyment, bring me in.
Alex Shell, maybe that's our special thing for next year.
The loneliest cuck from Touchstone Pictures.
No, but I love her beyond belief. I'm insanely lucky. So it's a wonderful.
Yes.
Thing. Yes. The lonely couple.
Yeah, the lonely cuck.
There's no one to watch have sex. No, it's an inspiring story ultimately. Yeah. Good for you, man. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I think you got married so we've had 25 years. So yeah, you were married a year after.
Yeah. After you guys got married,
right?
So shortly after we started working together. To be honest,
that's right. Yeah. We said we can only work together if we're both legally married.
Well, I only knew you as a married man, Steve.
Yes.
So I guess you got married before.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What year did you get married?
97.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe. Right. Nick, can you do the math?
Or is it 96?
That means you're 39 years older than your wife. Right. I did the math correctly.
51 years older than myself.
But I do want to go back to what you mentioned. Yes, I do have a couple of thank yous to do. I had a very rare opportunity. I want to thank Steve Morrison for not being a part of this at all. But I had the rare opportunity to once again play the top golf course in the country and one of the greatest golf courses in the world, Pine Valley. It's a very exclusive golf club. And I would like to thank Michael Walsh for inviting me to be a part of that, and the guys I played with, Mark McKeever and Nelson Lee, super, super nice guys. And Damian Esterhuizen, who was the caddy. And I've told you guys about him last time when I played, because he does like 100-mile runs.
Wow.
Like he's like a super runner.
That's a
athlete.
huge course.
Yeah, no, I'm not for golf. Like he gets out and runs these. He runs marathons, but he also runs these 100-mile races,
Dude, that's
which is
insane.
just insane.
This is 11,000 yards.
Super duper endurance runner, and Tyler, who has carried the other bags, was awesome as well. By the way, I did not know, but at Pine Valley Golf Club, we have a ton of fans that listen to us and the Steve
So
Show.
we can all play there?
I was meeting people left and right who were just thanking us for what we do and taking pictures and stuff like that. I know, right?
They should let Casey go. Casey and me go over there and totally screw up the golf course.
We're always stunned when successful or smart or anybody who's achieved anything in life listens to the show. Preston, we're looking at pictures of the course.
Oh,
it's gorgeous.
One of the most beautiful in the world. By the way, Casey, you and Nick, not only would you not be allowed to play there, you wouldn't be allowed to look at the
You're
golf
not even
course.
allowed to say
I'm
it.
afraid not.
Because of the way I dress or the way I play?
I was just
A
gonna
little bit of both, but
wait. But I was going to ask, can you dress like the way that Casey does? Because there are professional golfers that wear loud clothing.
yes, but
You just have to
I
be
don't
tucked in.
I don't think you could do like mockingly loud clothing, which
Okay.
is
Yeah.
So which is what Casey does. He wears the fun stuff,
I
which
have
is-
regular stuff too.
No, that you would be allowed. I'm talking about that last outing that you came in and you
What,
dressed
the banana pants?
Yeah, they would not
Allow banana
be happy
fans?
with
Quick
that.
question:
Yes.
do they ever open up courses like this just to allow people to walk around?
So there's an event they do there called the Crump Cup. Well, Crump was the guy who created the golf course. It was his dream, and he created it. And they have this Crump Cup. It is an amateur event. And I believe that on one of the days that they do open it up for certain people, the public to come out and actually just walk the grounds.
walk around.
Kevin Gunn has gone out there and done that a few times. He's a massive golf fan.
Can you duck hunt there?
I don't think you can duck hunt there, but
bring a gun and find out.
But listen, I want to tell you, there was a moment where I did not play well, so that was unfortunate. The time before, I played well, so I was happy with that. But I hit a ball not completely out of bounds, but it was off of the fairway and into kind of a woodsy area, and I had to go find it and get ready to play it out. And as I was going to find it, there was this little service road, and this guy comes pulling up in a truck who works on the grounds, and he's like, "Oh my God!" And he stops. He's like, "I'm a huge fan," and he popped out.
That's awesome.
And it was so funny, Steve. He was a super nice guy, and I want to say his name was Chris. I can't remember because I met a lot of people that were fans of the show.
We'll call him Chris.
But as he was leaving, Nick, he goes, "Glappy to meet you."
Yes.
That's a real. That's a listener.
I was cracking up, but I met
Must
some
have
other
made
guys,
you glappy.
Tom and Al and Tyler, the other caddy. He goes, "I'm going to do something I never do here." He's like, "Can I take a picture with you?" He's like, and he tells me, "Listen, they have huge celebrities that come through there."
That's why it's so weird.
But he said, "I'm only the third person he's ever asked
Really?
to get his picture taken with. I don't know who the other two were."
Okay, I was going to
You
ask.
should have found out.
But he'd been working there for like a decade.
Wow.
And so I'm like, there were some really, really big fans.
The other two were Barsky and Larry Menti.
I thought that was pretty cool.
Larry Menti. Do you actually have to play to a certain level in order to play there?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
And now, I don't know. Now, listen, I don't know to what level. You should be able to. From what I understand is if you have not played the game before, you shouldn't be playing there. I mean, it's one of the most difficult courses in the world. It's really, really, really hard. Or if you do, then you would be encouraged to pick up the ball and move along. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure, but I did read somewhere or saw on Golf Digest that, you need to have a certain level in order to be playing.
So you're invited by a club member to play.
Oh, you can't play without a club member.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
So,
without
I mean,
question.
but your handicap has to be at a certain level?
I
or-
don't know, Case.
All right.
I
What'd you
don't
shoot,
know.
by the way?
Oh, man, it was embarrassing.
Just say it.
It was embarrassing. I shot a 93.
Oh, okay. 93.3.
There it is.
Hey,
You
that's
actually
good.
contribute to the show.
The other member that I played with last year, Bill, who is a pro, literally a golf pro, had put, even with my handicap, which is a 5.4, had put me at over and under at 90. So that's how hard this golf course is. I usually shoot around like low 80s, high 70s. And he's like, "Yeah, you're lucky if you shoot 90. So it wasn't outrageous, but I did not play well at all. I wasn't happy with my performance.
Well, on the road
but it
to
doesn't
this,
matter.
you thought you were going to rip your shoulder off.
Yeah.
You fell face
my
forward
ankle.
into mulch.
Yeah.
You had injuries, but you're able to do it. You followed through.
And a bit of an honor I was allowed.
What?
That in what they call the halfway houses, which is when you're halfway through, there's a little stand that you can go to and get some food, a drink, whatever. A lot of golf courses have them. They call it the halfway house. They have a display of autographed golf balls. And I was asked to autograph a ball.
No.
Oh, that's
What? So who else was up there?
I don't know.
Barsky, Larry Menti.
There were hundreds of them.
Polaris.
But I kind of
That's really cool.
I kind of got yelled at.
What?
Again?
What happened?
What did you do?
Did you take a whiz on the course?
Oh no!
What'd you do?
No, so they're in these glass cases, and the member that had me there said, "Yeah, I should put it right there." I go, "Okay, so I should just go ahead and put it right in there." And he goes, "Yeah." And so I flip open the case, and the guy behind the bar was like, "No, no, 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 no!" And I'm like, "What did I do? I was just told to open that."
And what happened?
And I was like,
Someone thinks they're Larry Menti.
it was a tense moment.
Oh man!
Yeah. So, but I was like, I understand because those ball displays, if you knock one down,
yeah.
it's like you know the comedy bit when there's in a grocery store and there's all the cans lined up and one person takes one off and they all fall down. Well, that can happen.
It's like that.
It'd be like a bunch of ping pong balls falling down, I guess, right? Trying to chase them all over the floor.
I could understand why the guy wasn't too happy about it, but I was
pretty
like,
cool.
It kind of harshed my buzz. a little
man!
Bit, no, but it's all good.
Did you play better or worse after that? Because it was.
No, I played equally crappy on the front end.
Did you end up in the devil's butthole?
No, it did not.
What is that?
No, I did not. It's a bunker. It's a sand trap essentially that is so deep and small that you pretty much have no hope of getting out of it. In fact, Mark, one of the guys I was playing with for fun, he threw a ball down in there and tried to hit it out. And he took like 3 swings at it and just couldn't get it out at all. And he's a really good golfer, really better than me, no question. But it was awesome. We had a great time. It was a stunningly beautiful day on Saturday.
It was.
It's a privilege and a treat to be able to play somewhere like that. So I thank my lucky stars that I've even allowed to get on there. So.
That's very cool, man.
But if I get back there again, I'll play better.
Yeah,
I'll definitely play better.
I'll see if I can get out there too.
Oh, there. Okay, we're looking at it.
Out there.
All right, the Devils. Well, it's the A-hole. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on number 10.
I didn't realize that was the actual name.
Yeah.
Wow. That does look rather deep.
You know what, Press? Saturday was such a beautiful day that I took the top completely off and the doors off of my Jeep. And so at one point you would FaceTime me and I was cruising on 95, which is a little bit dicey when you don't have any doors on your car. You know?
Did you have fun, though?
Yeah.
Did you have fun?
It was great.
I took the top and doors off my car and realized I don't have that.
You don't have a convertible.
And I'm like, what did I do this for?
Yeah, we have a Jeep, and it's the top is down and the doors are off all summer long.
On the main thoroughfare, it's not a problem. You're comfortable with that, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, it's after the first couple times you do it, you're like,
Yeah.
But yeah, it's great.
The problem was I put the doors back on yesterday, and there is one little latch that I'm like, I don't know how to get this thing back on. I mean, I have it essentially. It's on the hinges. And
So is the door open as you're driving?
No, but like the problem is it's this latch that keeps the door from shutting automatically.
Yeah.
And so when I open the door, if I'm not holding it, it'll shut. But like I'm putting it on. I'm like I don't know how you're supposed to be able to get in. I don't know how I was able to take this off. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how this little latch can go on. And
Hit it with a hammer.
No. You just can't even access it unless you pull this thing out. And I didn't want to pull it out. So I was like, I'm just going to wait until somebody who actually knows what they're doing can maybe show me what to do here. But
this is on what?
This is on the door. So the door has, it's got the hinges. But then on the inside of the door, there's this little latch that comes out, and you screw that latch into essentially the front of the door frame. I don't know how to.
Screw it in.
Yeah, yeah.
Who's another Jeep owner in the?
I am. Marissa is.
Marissa, Connor.
You got a whole group to pick from.
Chuck.
Yeah. That's the thing. I was like, all right, Chuck will be able to show me how to do this.
Was Chuck able to do it?
No, he's here right now.
Okay.
I haven't asked him.
All right.
No.
By the way, I want to go back to the guy yelling at me for a minute,
yeah.
because I think I've realized something.
What?
I think part of it is my face.
You gotta
you piss people off.
I've had a couple of times where I was at that one restaurant and the guy for no reason singled me out, and then there was another time I remember, and I think I could tell this guy just didn't like me from the second. I'm trying to be nice. Hey, how you doing?
Yeah. Oh, really?
Maybe I'm being a little too goofy.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
No, I wouldn't. No, it's not your face. It is not you. It has nothing to do with you. You just got a little hurt by that. It has absolutely nothing to do with you.
No, it could have been anybody else doing what you did, and you would have gotten yelled at. You do not have a hate the face.
Okay, I don't have a hate the face.
You don't have a hate the face, and also that guy probably already forgot about what happened and it's still sitting with you. Like, do you know what I mean? If you if somebody went back and was like, "Hey, did you yell at somebody this weekend?" He'd be like,
don't know what
"No,
you're talking
what are you
about."
talking about?"
Yeah.
You're right.
In fact, I haven't spoken to anyone.
Yeah, seriously.
I thought I saw a ghost at the end of the bar, but I couldn't have been a human being because he had such a sour face.
All right. Well, thank you guys. I rely on you guys to get me through. You are my therapist, by the way.
And your sunshine. Your only sunshine.
Yeah. You make me happy when skies are
Oh,
gray.
my mom sang me that.
Did she?
Yeah.
Oh.
She sang you that?
Yeah.
Yesterday.
So she sings to you, and she puts raisins in your meatballs. It's the best mother ever.
I mean, when I was a kid also, but
Does she make pancakes with a little smiley face on and stuff?
They're leaving tomorrow, and I'm going to miss them.
Where are they going?
How long?
Colorado.
Colorado,
yeah.
Yeah, they're spelunking, right?
Oh, my God. No, well, you know what? I don't know. I didn't
why
ask them
not?
if they were spelunking or not, but they are doing the smart thing. They used to drive across the country, and they're both in their 70s now, and they're flying, and they're shipping the car out. So they actually shipped the car on Friday. They packed everything that they needed. I'm so proud of them. They're like way out in front of everything. My dad asked me what I wanted to do with the cable this summer because last year he canceled it to save $400.
Nice.
And so like everything that they've done is proactive, but the car left on Friday. I think it arrives today, and they're flying tomorrow.
Are your parents not going to drive because are they starting to be comfortable in their ability to drive long distances?
A little of that.
Can you have them talk to my dad, please?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Let me tell you something.
And your dad and my dad can talk about feet while they're at it.
Oh, gross.
I've heard stories recently from a couple people about shipping your car, having someone drive your car to a destination, and that it's really the way to go.
Yeah, last year being shipped from Colorado here went seamlessly. This year, the shipping out, apparently, Steve, has been one nightmare after another.
How much does it cost to ship a car?
Well, the funny thing, Casey, is I don't know exactly how much, but when it comes down to it, getting a flight out there and then shipping the car is about the same as it would be to drive out, stay in hotels, get meals, pay for gas. You know, it's not cheap to drive across here, two-thirds of the way across the country. So it's about the same.
You know, a lot of people do case they'll disassemble the car and ship it in separate boxes.
That's smart,
and then
man.
rebuild
Yeah.
it when they get there.
I would I like for anybody that wants to like maybe that's what I'll do after I retire. I will be the guy who drives your car out for you.
Well, those exist. There are like ride shares that you can hire somebody and or just be their buddy to do it. Also, my son's now 16, and so we're thinking maybe next summer if they do want to drive out, that Ben could do it with them and say. But Preston, the answer to your question is they're getting too old. You know, like for them to do.
It's a tough trip.
It's a long drive.
Yeah,
it's 3 or 4, sometimes 5 days. So I'm proud of them for getting on a plane.
Before you know it, they make a wrong turn and they're doing street racing.
Yeah, right.
By the way, you know there are driving services for people who are afraid to drive across bridges too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's that one in the Chesapeake Bay Bridge,
Yes.
right? That's from the end of the peninsula over to like Virginia Beach area.
Yes.
Man.
What, do they sit on the one side of the bridge and then take
Someone
your
will
car?
take it over for them. Yeah.
Yep. They'll pick you up. drive you
People
over.
are just terrified of that.
My mom is one of them. She hates bridges and will do everything she can not to go over one.
I drove over the Walt Whitman twice on Saturday with my Jeep with no top and no doors on. I was so looking forward to it. It was like, you know what I mean? Like
You wouldn't even have to roll your window down if you needed to jump out.
And Kathy, I
Are you
thought of
pregnant?
that as we were going over. I was like, dude, Kathy and I were in here.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have to roll any windows
Just
down.
jump, yeah.
No, I'm not afraid of heights at all. I was like really, really looking forward. The only thing that bummed me out was that I was driving, so I couldn't like look as much as I wanted to.
Right.
I still, when you go over that Walt Whitman Bridge, there's that pool on the Jersey side. I want to go off of that high dive there.
What?
You know what I'm talking about, right?
No.
I don't.
Yeah, on the downside into New Jersey,
Okay.
in Gloucester, I guess, you look over to your right and there's a swim club. And they have a separate diving well with one high dive and one low dive. And then they have like a regular pool. I ever since I was a kid.
You've wanted
Well,
to go.
here's the
looked at
conundrum.
it, yeah.
You're going to have to sell your Jeep to get the money to enroll in that club.
Yeah, you're
to get the membership.
All right. I'll just go pool hopping.
It's like the gift of the Magi.
Yeah.
Young man had a dream to jump off the high dive.
And own a monkey.
That one place to own a
I
monkey.
used to drive over a bridge with my monkey, and we both pulling over at that pool. And I'd say, one day I'm going to teach my monkey how to do the high dive.
Oh.
I haven't been off a high dive in forever. Kat, do you have a high dive at your swim club?
No, we do not.
Yeah.
I would imagine that they're few and far between these days.
Off the high dive.
Aren't they an insurance risk?
That's what I would think.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like
so-
the suit of dynamite they used to give to you.
Yeah.
So my younger brother belongs to Hidden Hollow Swim Club, which is Linville Orchards owns it.
Oh.
And they have a 10-meter platform. And they have a 10-meter, 7-meter. I think they have maybe a 5-meter or 3-meter. But anyway, you're only allowed to jump off of the dives now.
You can only jump halfway.
No, like so even the low dive and high dive, like you're not allowed you might be allowed to dive, but I think you're only allowed to jump now.
I think if you do you have a diving board on your pool?
Yes.
Okay. So was that extra in insurance consideration?
I don't think so.
No, but your pool has to be a certain amount of feet deep in
Yes.
order to have the diving board.
Yeah, it's gotta be over
more than
8
a
feet.
foot.
It's got to be 8 feet or more, from what I understand.
Oh, so all right.
Yeah, and the first day we opened the pool, Parker tried to do a flip off of the board and landed on the board.
Oh no!
On his shoulder, and like he had a road rash all over his shoulder. Never tried to flip again for
Oh
the
my
rest of his
gosh,
life.
really?
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
The very first one.
Traumatized him. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, he
yeah.
was little too.
Poor guy. Yeah, he was a kid.
Yeah, and those diving boards are different than.
Oh yeah, they
The
may as
swim
well.
club.
There's very little spring to them at
Yeah.
all.
You can pay people to dive for you if you want.
The only time I ever hit the diving board was when I was doing ham and eggs, where that's where you jump down and then you hit your butt on the
butt.
board
Yeah.
and then you dive. And I did that, and then my feet came up and my heels hit the bottom of the board. Oh my God. It hurts so bad.
I will tell you what. I know that it's probably a lot of pain, but to the casual observer, it's one of the funniest things you've ever seen. It just is, and it's so. I know how painful it is, but that stuff, diving board stuff, where they.
Oh man! If somebody goes up, they jump up and they come down on 1 foot rather than 2. And one slips off the side. That's pretty funny.
Or when they miss, when they go up for the first bounce and they misjudge, it's just it's great.
They call that ham and eggs.
Yeah, well, that's what we called it. Was
Okay.
ham and eggs.
Yeah, I never heard of that.
You never
we
heard
called,
of
we called it Spank the Baby.
Oh, I like
Yeah.
Spank the Baby too.
Always like doing.
We
that
called
one.
it fillet the alpaca.
What is that? That's
totally
move?
different.
Wow.
Well, we're looking at some diving mishaps.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
yeah.
Steve, you see that what that guy did? He was doing a back 2.5 and he came out a little too early. I did a front 2.5 off the high dive. I did the first time I did it, perfect, right? Second time I came out too early and I was splayed out just like that guy was. I never tried it again.
Yeah, but you know what? Didn't you always find the back dive landing on your back was way worse than landing on the front?
Weren't we going to have a diving competition at one point
No,
between
Kathy,
you two?
We were never going to do that because I would never get in a bathing suit in front of you guys. So you can stop talking about it.
I've seen you in a bathing suit.
Yes, I have. When we went down to the
Couple times.
resort.
No, that's when I was skinny.
Down when we were just recently in Universal Studios.
Yes.
We got in the hot tub together.
Oh, yeah.
But also,
It was
also, you're not there for to video for everybody to judge and comment.
Right. No, thanks.
Well, I'm sorry. We're watching diving videos.
Oh, my God.
If you would like to have fun, go watch diving mishap videos
They're
today.
great. Yeah,
Oh, my
they're
God.
great. They're always
Yeah.
great. I've never had any desire to do anything like that, backflip or forward flip. I dive. I can do a regular dive off a diving board, but
Yes.
I like
the
doing-
flips are not my thing.
I like doing a backflip, and it was only 7 or 8 years ago. There was a kid that was over with friends of ours, and I watched him do a backflip, and I'm like, I can do that,
Right.
And because I saw how easy it actually is,
Yeah.
and so now I do them all the time. I'm not. There's no punch.
Cut to a
like
shot of you waking up with a defibrillator. Fight!
No, well, back flips are easier than front flips.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just jump, and essentially you bring your knees to your chest, and that momentum causes you to flip around. So
I just have never.
But Casey one time was at the house and came over, and you did a gainer.
That was my signature.
Unfortunately, it was a Gloria game.
And I was intrigued by that. It's essentially when you're running forward and then you do a backflip.
Yep.
And I tried.
You tried to do it?
No, I tried to start to do it, and as I'm going forward, I'm like, nope.
Nope.
Yeah.
Not happening.
Well, it's
Forget it.
counterintuitive. And,
Yes.
and for a little, we talked a little while back about the yips. I had the yips for a little bit. I used to dive in the winter, And I, for some reason, couldn't do, it was called a reverse. I couldn't do a reverse. It just, for some reason, it just wasn't registering.
You couldn't do a reverse?
In the winter.
The gainer.
In the winter because of the ice.
Gainer's like the slang for it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Why do they call it a gainer?
I don't know.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Huh. We're going to figure this out.
Why do they call it
off air.
spam?
Yeah.
Great mysteries.
Short for spiced ham.
There you go.
Oh.
You didn't
One
know that?
mystery down.
Dude,
Yep.
you learn stuff.
So maybe gainer is a G-ainer. Right?
Gainer, that's what that's
G-ainer.
stands for. Yeah.
G-ainer.
G-ainer.
It may be. I didn't even think about that. All right. Well, anyway, I think we should take a break and have some cake.
Yes.
It's Steve's birthday today, and we have a Batman-themed cake here from Acme Bakeries to celebrate that. It's a devil's food. It's his favorite.
It's wonderful.
Yeah.
You're so nice. You're all wonderful.
A beautiful thing.
You're my G-ainers.
I do want to take a break and remind you that we have the I Bleed for Preston and Steve blood drive this coming Friday. And if you go to WMMR.com, not only can you get the information, you can actually sign up for it. We would like to get over 1,000 units this year.
Let's try to double our munchkin catching distance this time around.
Oh, that's right.
Right.
Let's try to do it.
And didn't you miss it, Casey? You
I turned around for 1 second.
You want to double it? We have enough room.
Is that too audacious? Or
We got a lot of
Do
room.
we go a distance and a half?
I don't know. We'll figure
Let's
it
go.
out.
All right, we'll figure it out.
All right. We'll take a break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
It'll tell you your last 70 requests, and mine are always sort of the same thing.
Okay.
You know, I mean, it records everything, so you can find out every single request that you've asked.
I am using them all the time throughout the day.
But you know what? Like, you're busy, Steve. I know somebody, Nick, who can probably come over to your place, who I think is in between gigs right now. Gary Lauer is not doing anything right now. His house is closed.
You know what? Honestly, you don't even need an echo. Just have Gary hands.
Yeah.
It's pretty hot out there.
Just have your own Gary.
I'll turn it on for you. Lights on.
All right.
Hey, Gary, lights on.
All right, 1 second. There you go. Gary, should I wear a sweater outside? I'll be right back. It's pretty chilly. Lauer.
Lauer.
Yeah, Lauer.
That's what it would be.
Yeah.
Hey, Lauer.
Because Gary would be too common.
Hey, Lauer, play Allman Brothers. Lauer, switch to Skinnerd.
Hey, Lauer.
Yes.
Switch to Killers. Somebody told me.
All right.
Hey, Lauer, play MMR.
Well, don't you have to kind of have like a bing bong prompt?
Yeah.
You know.
Hey, Lauer. Working.
Play Summer Breeze by Seals and Croft.
Summer Breeze. Fine.
So Lantern Entertainment and the Weinstein Company have come to terms on two major sticking points in their deal, a price and a close date. So they agreed on a final purchase of $21 million and expect to close on July 13th. A bankruptcy court hearing is scheduled for July 11th, and Lantern also agreed to make numerous payments to creditors to avoid a lengthy court battle.
All right, so and they're obviously going to not use the name Weinstein, right?
Oh, no, yeah, they're not. I don't think they're going to do that.
Charles Manson Productions.
So they're going to.
They figure it has a better reputation.
Hell yes. So they're getting closer to.
And then you can have Manson instead of the MGM Lion.
Wouldn't that be awesome? Just his face in that circle logo.
Right.
I love it.
This is one of these meetings in with the town where people can get up and speak their mind. And this young man got up and he had a take on legalizing prostitution.
So I propose this. The city allows for licensed masseurs to give genital massages if the masseur and the client both agree to it. We let someone get naked and have every other part of their body touched and rubbed by a massage therapist. Hell, we let proctologists spend their day men and sticking things. So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
Oh my God.
That really is as inspiring as FDR's speech on December 8th, 1941.
I love the last part of that. Hang on.
So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
I say
And so I say to you, if someone wants to yank a man's crank, I say let them do it.
Okay.
And so by this time,
legit?
well,
maybe.
You know what? I don't care. But he was definitely in front of this group. He was prepared. He seemed, and then he goes on. It's not just enough to state that's your intent or what you'd like to see happen.
Yeah.
You have to provide.
You got to back it up.
Examples.
Yeah, some context.
Some context to it. Yes.
Here's clip 2.
Picture this: a big old sweaty fat guy would get with your hand actually be that much worse than giving him a full body massage, getting up in there under the folds of fat, or being the proctologist sticking your finger.
Holy hell.
If a grown adult wants a job, another grown adult is willing to give one for money, then let them. That would truly be a happy ending for everyone.
Okay.
Oh my God.
The crowd loved it.
There is, I think, legitimacy to his claim, by the way. Are we going there or are we not going there?
I want to hear. What do you think?
I like the way you.
Casey started doing
like a velociraptor all of a sudden.
His head was going left and right. Are we going here?
Well, yeah. I mean, dude, why is that illegal?
Rub and tugs?
Yeah.
There is that. This is an age-old question about in fact, right before the Magna Carta came into being, there was the rub and tug.
I mean, there is a separation of church and state, right? So is morality a church thing?
Wow, this got a lot deeper than I thought. We were simply playing a goofball. We said, but you want to work out whether prostitution or the sex trade should be legitimized.
Well, maybe we should put them in malls.
Let's talk about abortion. Let's lighten things up a bit.
How do we want to proceed into the next thing that we're going to do?
Well, I think we should. Where did Bill go? Oh, Bill, could I trouble you to come over here? I got to ask your opinion on the air about something. If you
Bill Weston, man about town.
He just goes, oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Yes, well, the real reason we have rouged you into this studio is to offer you our thanks and congratulations, and allow me to read the words of Kevin Gunn, if I may so attempt.
You certainly may, sir.
So, we call him the man about town. We kid him about his kitchen cleaning, dashing wardrobe, and how he presides over meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting. He's always open to ideas, but he often reminds us that, quote, this is not a democracy. Probably a good thing, too. Can you imagine if the Preston and Steve show, me, Jackie Bam Bam, Jackson, Brent, and the rest of the MMR staff were left unchecked to their own devices? Or if there was no one to say, let's think this through? Or have you considered what might happen if? Or the building might not go for that. Or are you out of your freaking minds? You want to do what? But there it is. Bill Weston, the adult in the room. He is our leader through a business that is open 24/7, 365 days a year. He has to deal with the creative types, the executives, the sales staff, the accountants, the consultants, the concert promoters, the bands, their managers, countless live events, listener comments, office demolition and construction, and it is quite a job. He does all of this with a measured demeanor, self-effacing sense of humor, and a wealth of experience and wisdom. This year, he has also taken up the additional task of overseeing MMR's 50th anniversary celebration and has done so, might I say, with limitless energy and incredible savvy. So, In addition to being the man about town, Bill Weston is also the man about music, the man about programming, the man about administration, the man about meetings, the man about sometimes saying no. In short, the man who's all about this radio station. And that is why, and probably to his chagrin, we, his staff, award him the well-earned and long overdue recognition as the Rock of MMR.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you. That's no idea. And yes, to my chagrin, because this was something that we came up with to award to or recognize people that don't get recognition.
The unsung.
Yeah, this happens just a couple of times a year. This award is handed out.
Right.
It is a giant rock on a platform, and it's got the MMR logo, and then it's got little spaces for whoever might be the rock at any given time.
Yeah, like the Stanley Cup, the names are added to the rock. Right. And now we add Bill's name to that.
That's I'm touched, and I really appreciate the sentiments expressed in your missive. Who wrote that? Kevin.
Kevin wrote it. My presentation, but entirely Kevin, who is a genius and brilliant and one of our great ones. He wrote the words.
Yes, my reward is I get to work with really talented people who are in much better positions to act
stupid
freely and
freely.
Well, the idea, the words that Kevin put in there, you want to do what? Which mostly applies to you guys.
Yes.
You want to light a refrigerator on fire in the parking lot and then add 7 cars to the mix and see if we can cause a giant mechanical explosion?
Yes. That's
I
a
mean,
good one,
consider what we have done in the last 15 years to just imagine what he has said no to.
Oh yeah.
Well, then tolerating a pony coming in.
Yes.
Well, he didn't know about that one.
Yeah.
Never.
Some things you beg for forgiveness.
You just don't apprise him of.
I thank you very, very much. That's like I said, my reward. I was just came back from a long motorcycle trip out in California.
Right.
Actually went through Petaluma, Pierre, and I was telling these guys that I was hanging with, just regular guys, retired cops and plumbers and whatever. I said, I still love my job. I am blessed to be able to work at WMMR with people who care, and actually their first response to something that needs to be done isn't that's not my job. It's to how can I help? Right. And it's that kind of atmosphere that we have, and we involve our listener because they're an integral part of that radio station. It's a great thing. So this is very cool. I appreciate whoever took the initiative.
A complete surprise, would you say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I had no idea. I was over in engineering looking at floor plans. And Chuck says, we need you in the studio. I said, they need more time off. What are they going to ask for, more vacation time? Preston's complaining about too many live reads. I'm like, oh my God, what is it?
But the thing is, every one of us has worked for insane program directors at various times, and I think the nature of the job drives people over the edge, and for some reason it has not done so with you. You've retained this balance that even if you're pissed at us, you present it in a nice way, and you don't call someone while they're on the air and say you should never have done that. You wait until they're off, and then you take them in and have them strapped down. And you truly you have this balance and this calmness that is in a frantic group of madmen and women that we are. You really are a father figure that doles out a lollipop when needed and sends you to your room when needed, but does so in this balanced, calm, and reasonable and nice fashion.
Thank you for saying that, Pierre.
There's really something extraordinary about it.
They say in teacher, sometimes you teach what you cannot do.
Right.
You guys do something that I wish I could do. I started out as a disc jockey and was pretty mediocre at it, So I respect and appreciate what everybody does and the talents in this room, on air, and also in our programming and promotions department. I I appreciate that. And
You get a parking spot now, too.
Yeah.
That's right. It comes with a parking spot.
And one other thing, he's worked so hard on this 50th anniversary.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
You know, he's pulled out, he's found archive selections I didn't even know we had, and I've been here for a long time. I mean, he found America singing A Horse with No Name. You know, he found...
We had to steal that back from the guy who stole the tapes from us.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's found so many cool things and you know, gotten, you know, really worked the Foo Fighters thing and the Bon Jovi thing for these special 50th parties that we've had, and U2 and all these other things. And he's just, on this 50th alone, he's really
And the fact that he
so much.
forged on even after learning that it's the 49th.
Right. Right, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, almost single-handedly ruined the Bon Jovi concert. I mean, I don't know anybody else that could do that.
That gave us a great story, though, for on air.
If you hadn't heard, we did a group photo right before the band took the stage, and they all have in-ear monitors and these little, what look like Walkman kind of thing attached to them, power pack.
I was wearing this jacket, by the way, and it got hooked on the button on my coat, and it yanked it out of his ears, and he gave me the dirtiest look.
They are seconds. I mean, he's in...
Wasn't Bill's fault.
No, it was nobody's fault. But they were like they were running on the stage, and they stopped to do a group photo. And then in one of those bizarre Spinal Tap, truly moments, John's wire that goes from his ear to this little backpack that they all have in their pockets caught on Bill's coat.
Well, that's what you get for wearing a blazer to a rock concert.
I know. That really was my fault. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right.
All right.
Thank you all. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Pierre.
Bill Weston, the rock of MMR and Man About Town.
He is the S.
Yep, absolutely. The ESPYs are stupid, but I didn't see it. Marissa, you watched it. How did Danica Patrick look? She was hosting it, right?
She looked good. You know who looked really good?
Pretty much all I'm concerned about. What?
Kate Beckinsale.
Kate Beckinsale.
Kate Beckinsale
Of course
came
she
out.
would look great.
Why was she there?
Yeah. Is she a wife of someone?
She presented, I don't know if she's promoting something maybe, but she presented Best Championship, I think, which went to like
Best
the Astros.
Championship. Best Championship. That's a category.
Steve and I got up close and personal to Kate Beckinsale when we were in Hawaii. She was promoting the movie Pearl Harbor, and she was at that time, Steve, I remember us going, this is the most beautiful human being that I've ever been in close proximity
You and I were like, you know, like in Zoolander. We could not understand what is this thing? What is?
We're just hitting things.
I mean, it's like no human looks like that. And then you have the other end of the scale, two sloths like us.
Oh, my God.
WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. This is perfect. I was about ready to mention the I Bleed for Preston and Steve blood drive this Friday, and I look up onto our screens, and we got a caller that wants to comment on that real quick.
All right.
Let me go to Heather here. Hi, Heather. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, Heather, you wanted to mention something that concerns our blood drive, right?
Yes, I am so thankful for you guys. I fell down with jaundice on Wednesday, and I had to go to the hospital. And I have this terrible blood issue. I have warm antibodies, and I had to get a blood transfusion. It took a couple days, but I know it's from you guys. It was from Red Cross. I got this blood transfusion, and I'm feeling so much better, and I finally got out of the hospital.
Yay!
Yay!
Oh, and there you go. And that's that yet another one of those things you may not consider. Most people think, a disaster or, surgeries and things like that. But there are medical conditions. There are chemo patients, cancer patients that need regular transfusions.
True.
And they need blood regularly, or you have a liver issue like Heather does. As well, it's
right. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
just that one unit was all that I needed, and to bring my red blood cells up, and now I'm happy as ever and so much energy, and I'm just so thankful.
Awesome. Thank you for calling, Heather. And it sounds like you're taking a good turn.
Yes. Thank you so much.
All right. We love you. Thank you, Heather. There you go. So there's an example of why you need to come and join us this Friday, and you can sign up now. The I Bleed for Presidency Blood Drive, of course, the American Red Cross. This Friday, 2 locations will be, the President Steve Show will be broadcasting at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks.
Jackie Bam Bam in the morning will be at Live Casino, and we will be checking in with him while that's going on. When we are done with our show, Pierre Robert takes over at Live. We're going to swing by there and say hi to him and donate blood as well. And then later on that afternoon, when Brent Porsche picks up, he's going to be at the Expo Center at Oaks. So you're going to get a little flavor of Live MMR at each one of those places.
So when we did it on Saturday, there was a bit more of a time constraint. We can go longer. And so, I think we can add a
live broadcast element to it as well. Yeah, so it's 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 2 locations, and we're hoping to get over 1,000 units and get back to that. That was the regular pre-COVID, and then COVID hit, and obviously that put a big a push down on everything. So we want to return to that. Get you motivated, be a part of this. You can go to WMMR.com. No walk-ups, so you need to do it ahead of time. And also check out the eligibility guidelines online because there may have been some travel issues or some medications or an illness that you have that might keep you from donating blood, and we would like you to be there. And all the donations, you get an eye bleed for Preston and Steve, tote bag, and
Totes my goats.
T-shirt. And it is a Ted Lasso theme, which says bleed instead of believe on the believe sign, if you know
love it.
From Ted Lasso. And I love the look of this year's shirt and the Totes My Goats bag that we have for you to grab. So, WMMR.com, you can get all that information there. I did, however busy my weekend was, take the time out to notice some things.
Friend of the Bagster, he's made his return. He's noticed so much, and he's going to relay it to you right now.
Friend of the Bagster.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So a couple of things did pop up in my field of vision. One of them being the fact that Ted Kaczynski died, possibly of suicide. They have not officially made a full statement on that yet, but the Unabomber. And this was in his prison cell, and he died on Saturday. He was 81 years old.
I was a while ago, was doing the research on him and documentaries about him and the whole his reign of terror, basically. But he was a mathematical genius. I mean, he was genius level, and he snapped.
He went to Harvard, I believe, when he was 16.
Wow.
I mean, like he was that much. Yeah, he attended Harvard at 16, earned a PhD in math at the University of Michigan. And in fact, wait, I think I have his entire history right here. Hang on a second. Put that to the beginning, Casey.
In the 1960s, there was a young man graduated from the University of Michigan.
Wow.
Did some brilliant work in mathematics, specifically bounded harmonic functions. Then he went on to Berkeley, was assistant professor, showed amazing potential. Then he moved to Montana, and he blew the competition away.
Yeah, so who was he?
Ted Kaczynski.
Never heard of him.
Hey, Timmy!
Yo, who's Ted Kaczynski? Unabomber.
I love that scene. But yeah, he was legit genius level, but obviously mentally ill.
Well, I'll just say this. I'm stupid and very nice.
Stupid and very nice.
Take that with you.
That's better. I'll take that better than
stupid and nice is better.
Genius and a bomb planter.
And then he became this anti-technology,
almost anti-humanity.
Well, that for sure, yeah. And as you pointed out, the Unabomber comes from his sending bombs to universities.
Yes, and he had threatened to send them to airlines as well. So they used the bomber to tie that whole thing together. But he successfully, planted a lot of bombs, like a whole bunch of them.
And he immediately went off the grid and adopted, a very primitive lifestyle. So he killed all paper trails, killed all everything that he could to, and you can do it, go off the grid. It ultimately was a family member who...
his brother. Actually, his brother's wife was the first to suggest that he might be the Unabomber. And it's because of the manifesto or letters that he was writing.
And the shirt that he wore that said, "Kiss me, I'm the Unabomber."
That seemed
that's dumb.
Similar to the way that he had spoken to them. And he... what was I going to point out? Yeah, as far as living off the grid, Steve, I think that he didn't do that just to... keep from being caught. Like he wanted to live that way.
He absolutely shunned technology.
Yeah, and he lived in a shack.
Yeah.
And they have it somewhere in some museum.
You drive 15 miles to the side of the It was the Unabomber.
Oh, the Love Shack. But it was a shack of some type. And if you look at the photos of the way he lived inside there, it was just like
sparse,
horrible. But that's the way he preferred to do it. So he was found unresponsive in his cell around 12:30 a.m., transported to a local hospital, and was pronounced dead. He was previously in a maximum security facility in Colorado. I think it was at the Supermax in Colorado, but he was moved to a federal medical facility in Butner, North Carolina in December 2021 due to poor health. I mean, obviously he's 81 years old now. He went nearly 20 years without being captured until his arrest in 1996. He was considered America's most prolific bomber. Between 1978 and 1995, he placed or mailed 16 bombs that killed 3 people and injured 24 others. In 1994, before he was identified as a Unabomber, he had demanded newspapers publish a long manuscript that he had written saying that the killings would continue otherwise. Both the New York Times and the Washington Post published the 35,000-word manifesto later that year at the recommendation of the U.S. Attorney General and the director of the FBI. They were hoping that was going to.
So they acquiesced. He also
the bomb.
demanded that they bring back the Lockhorns, Preston, to the comic strips.
Oh,
and
I don't
they
even
did not
remember
do
the
that.
Lockhorns.
Yeah,
He was a fan.
It was a feuding couple.
Yeah.
If it hadn't been for the suspicions of his brother and sister-in-law, he might never have been caught. Kaczynski's sister-in-law, Linda Patrick, was one of the first to identify Kaczynski as the Unabomber after reading his writing.
Oh, really?
And she had said
they could tell.
Yeah, in an interview, she had said she recalled the first time she suspected him. She said, "I've thought about the families that were bombed. There was one in which the package arrived to the man's home, and his little 2-year-old daughter was there. She was almost in the room when he opened the package. Luckily, she left, and his wife left, and then he died." She said, and there were others, and so I spent those days thinking about those people. And she said she recognized familiar-sounding ideas in the manuscript from letters that her husband, David, had received from his brother. And the family eventually decided to contact the FBI, and then in 1995, a SWAT team apprehended Kaczynski in his cabin in Montana.
They identified a phrase that he used often, which was "Good morning to see you."
Oh, no.
And they said that was the tip-off.
It sounds familiar. Good morning to see you.
Chilling.
I mean, who says that?
Nobody but a Unabomber.
That's a tell.
So he was big into the environment. That's why he thought technology was destroying the environment. But in prison, so did he, Preston, you were recounting, did he stay in one prison or was he moved?
I don't know. I think he had moved at least a couple times.
That's what I thought,
and then settled him into that super.
Because if you can get a better rate at another prison,
why not?
And bring down that mortgage? Absolutely.
But when they arrested him, a live bomb and a wealth of bomb components were found at the cabin. In the FBI said, as well as 40,000 handwritten journal pages.
Man,
that included bomb making experiments and descriptions of Unabomber crimes.
I wonder if he ever ran across Nell.
They would be in the same neck of the woods,
right? Why not?
She said, "Well, I think."
Oh, sweet mystery of life, at last I found you.
His brother David said, talking about his wife, when she said, "Well, I think maybe your brother's a Unabomber," I thought, well, this isn't anything to worry about. Ted's never been violent. I've never seen him be violent before.
Could you imagine? I mean, it has happened countless times where someone has no idea.
Yeah.
I think the
BTK killer.
Right, exactly.
That's
these people who are conducting lives. The Iceman, Preston, the mob, the brutal, mob hitman,
living a family lifestyle.
Oh, a doting dad and the whole thing.
And then was a hitman on the side?
A brutal hitman.
Wait, what was the name?
His name was Kuklinski. And he was, they called him the Iceman. He was this huge guy.
Michael Shannon played him in a movie with Chris Evans, and it's really good.
Probably real early 1980s was his era, but
I wasn't born yet.
Boy, it's a pretty messed up story. So what?
No. Your dad had just seduced Janis Joplin.
But he's one of the Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski. One of the biggie names that's floated out in a big blemish on our country as far as whatever criminals that are the notorious in each nation. He's one of our biggest.
Yeah.
So I'm curious as to I find it hard to believe he would take his own life at 81 years old, but you never know. Maybe
It's
he did.
weird how, in prison, you figure you're under absolute, total surveillance. I mean, especially somebody who's a high, I guess in the prison community, right? There, you have a target on your back, so you're a high profile
But
target.
was he still?
I would imagine if you could be the person who took out Ted Kaczynski, it'd be maybe you'd get a little extra serving of mashed potatoes, or I don't know. But I mean, it is.
Yeah, the guy who took out Dahmer was.
Yep.
Well, he's crazy too.
He got his own sitcom.
But
Oh, really? I didn't know.
Dahmer Killer tonight at 8. Where's Dahmer Killer? We're having a birthday party, and he always shows up late.
Wah, wah, wah. Oh my God.
Sorry, guys, I was betting a pony.
Oh, Dahmer Killer.
Wow.
That guy likes it.
Wait, what was that? Oh. Is the one guy laughing button next to the crowd laughing? Can I hear one guy laughing again, please?
Well, hang on, I gotta find.
Okay.
Nope, not
Nope.
Oh my, here it is.
Okay.
That's why Dahmer Killer was canceled.
Well, anyway, I'm sure that after they investigate and find out what's going on, we'll get word whether he had died of natural causes or killed himself or somebody else killed him or who knows what. But
it's a fascinating story. And there are a number of documentaries. If you get the chance to review it, it is it's worth your time.
There's one on Netflix of he granted an interview to this woman who was not like a big high profile journalist or anything like that, and she recorded him having a conversation. And oddly enough, he sounds very lucid.
Yeah.
He sounds somewhat normal other than the ideas that he had. And that's on Netflix if you want to see that.
So you'll get the other end of the spectrum where you'll get a ranting Charles Manson, and then you'll get a lot of these guys are sort of charismatic and good conversationalists, and
we're talking about Ed Kemper,
right? Yeah.
If you haven't seen
this giant monster.
Yeah, if you haven't seen Mindhunter, that's really bizarre.
Yeah.
And that's the first person that they pretty much encounter as far as the serial killers go. All right, let's see. I did notice some other things, and
Noticer never stops.
I just noticed this morning.
What did you notice, Noticer?
Microsoft has just announced a new black version of the Xbox Series S with 1 terabyte of built-in storage at the Xbox Game Showcase. Little has changed since the original Xbox Series S. I'm not familiar with the Series S.
Listen,
Apart from the black paint
I
job.
actually became full PS. I mean, I have my older Xbox, but I end up playing everything on the PS5 now. And
okay,
I just and it all changed for me, Preston, when they adapted their controller years ago.
Let me tell you, I don't game that much anymore.
No.
I just play like maybe 2 games, and I don't play that often. And
but when you do,
here's what I hate. I have a PS.
Yeah.
I forgot which version of it, but anyway, so I play Tiger Woods golf. Play that pretty regularly, and I'll settle in. I'm gonna go game now. And I can tell by the look on your face. I'm gonna go game.
Yeah.
Hey, family, give me a little bit of time. I just want some me time to go and game, which is very rare.
Yeah.
I settle in. I turn on the game. It needs to be updated.
System updating. 30 minutes later.
Oh, more than that.
Yeah.
An hour at least.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, that's gone.
Yeah.
I maybe had an hour, and
Right.
that's it. And I just absolutely.
You have to update. You have to.
Yeah. Yes, you do. Or at least there's been a couple times where I've tried to bypass the update. And then it's like network settings won't allow you. You can't get an internet connection until it's been updated. And I'm like,
Sometimes-
suck it.
Yeah. Sometimes it won't allow you to do online gaming, which is never really that much of an issue for me. But yes, it is the most effing annoying thing in the world to log on. I'm going to grab 10 minutes here.
Yeah.
I've been waiting all day.
Yeah.
And you have to sit there while it just goes on and on and on. And that many times is the reason why I skip it. It's right in my room, and I do enjoy it. But it's a pain in the ass.
Steve, we're successful businessmen.
We don't have to. That's why we don't eat flat pancakes.
Yeah.
Because it takes too much time.
It does.
Yeah.
But they're offering this. It's got a terabyte of built-in storage. Is that a lot for built-in storage?
I believe this is the streaming version of the most recent Xbox, and they've added in the storage, which it did not have before. I believe. It's been a while since I've dabbled into Xbox territory. So honestly, the games that I play are more of them are on the PS5, and I just like I like the way it's laid out. I used to like the interface on the Xbox, the OS, a little bit better, but even that got muddied up.
Microsoft is launching the 1 terabyte black Xbox Series S on September 1st, priced at $349, which sounds reasonable, right?
Yeah,
When you're talking usually about like $500 consoles and things
You
like
know what
that
happens,
nowadays.
though? You load in a game like The Last of Us. You load in something that's got a ton of, that just eats up a ton of space. I mean, that stuff, that storage gets burned up like crazy. I still do like the physical discs. I really,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't even. It's just the thing I've been doing for the longest time. So, what you used to do is go to GameStop and then trade them in and get credit towards new games. But it's just a habit I've developed, and I like to get the physical disc.
Well, hang on a second here. I think this is pertains to what we're talking about. This is Susan. Hi. No, this is going. She works at a correctional facility.
What video games do they play?
Hi, Susan. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi.
I just called in because I worked at New Jersey State Prison and was able to have a conversation with the Iceman.
Oh! No way. Kuklinski. Okay. What was that like?
Well, he's just like an old grandpa when I saw him in a white T-shirt, white boxers, like very docile. I'm sure he's medicated.
All right. So you had a chance to meet. If you worked at this facility, then you were around dangerous people pretty regularly. So I'm sure that wasn't weighing too much on your mind while you were talking to him.
No, I have a degree in forensic psychology, so I'm like the mind hunter and all of that is my background and training. So, like, also Richard's brother was in there on the psych unit.
So his brother was in there as well?
Yeah. He used to talk about going to the casino. The boat would pick him up and take him to the casino.
So let me ask you then. So what are the odds that you have two people completely disconnected and deranged the way that they both were in one family?
It's not that likely, but they certainly both were. And I don't know. I didn't really dig into much of the parents.
The funny thing with the Iceman, not funny, not like, hey, you want to hear something, is that he did have this pretty bucolic family life where he was a doting dad for his kid. I think he had a daughter, and the wife, and was there for things on the weekend, and then just brutally butchering people during the week.
Yes, but I also heard theories or conspiracies that he never was involved at all, and he made the whole thing up.
Really?
What?
So I don't believe that.
Yeah, I don't believe that either. No, he talked in detail about how he killed these people.
There was a, the Henry Lee Lucas, another one of the serial killers, was for a brief period claimed that he had made it all up and then went back to saying, no, I actually did it.
Right.
I think, maybe, do you think that happens occasionally, Susan, where they think, well, maybe if I say it was all made up, I'm going to get a little bit of leniency?
I don't think Richard ever said he made it up.
Okay, all right.
Other people
were
talking about like the timeline and how he's not mentioned in like historical stories of the mob by name.
Was he the most deranged person you encountered, or the person with the most troubling track record, so to speak?
Yeah, I would say the most troubling track record, but like when I met him, it would be like you mentioned how he was with his family.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like you would never know.
Right.
Just having a little normal conversation with him. But John List was in there.
John List?
Yeah, he was there. He killed his whole family.
And burned down the house with him in it, did he not?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
Jeez. Well, that was a fun job.
Yeah, for my 22-year-old self.
Wow. What do you do now in a similar field?
No, I work for a Christian nonprofit now.
All right.
It's a big difference.
Switch gears a little bit there. All right. Well, Thank you, Susan. We appreciate the call.
Okay.
All right. See you later.
Do you think you could sit across the table from someone like that you knew was that? Think of a
no. I had a hard time
Bulger.
I had a hard time with the guy yelling at me at the golf course on the weekend. Are you kidding me?
Maybe that guy's a brutal murderer.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd have a hard. No, it would be.
He's touching the balls. He's touching the goddamn balls.
It would be no. I would find that very intimidating. I think even if I was there on a completely different capacity, just
What did I tell you about putting the golf balls in the display?
taking a survey or something like that.
Just saying.
It would be in the back of my mind all the time. Yeah. All right. Let me see. I do have some other noticeable things this morning that I would like to pass along.
You're not now the noticeable borer.
No, but I did notice that Kathy left.
Yes.
I know she's got something going on.
Well, she's actually on the trail of a serial killer.
Oh, is that what
and we reminded her, and she has some leads she wanted to follow up on.
I knew I was supposed to do something today.
What's this string for?
Catch that serial killer.
Catch the serial killer.
Okay. With obesity crises well underway and heading for more tragedy looking towards 2030, some people are banking on weight loss drugs.
Yes.
As the answer to the growing problem, while pills are only prescribed in severe cases. Currently, some British government officials want to medicate our way out of a problem instead of proposing more holistic lifestyle-based solutions to the health issue. Estimates indicate over 12 million adults in England alone are obese. This is obviously an English story. And the crisis is costing the country nearly $7 billion a year to manage.
I kind of disagree with that, though. It's not like that there isn't a... people have been touting holistic, healthy alternatives, to losing weight. And,
yes.
And that's been going on forever and ever and ever. And now with, in the advent of social media, there's a ton of social media handles out there that are all about clean eating and healthy lifestyles and exercising and blah, blah, blah. It's just, it's a commitment that a lot of us aren't willing to make.
As long as things like this, if you want to talk about Ozempic and other, brands, as long as these are safe for us to use, and I'm sure that they're down the road, there may be some long-term issues, but who knows? They've done their studies.
An occasional limb falls off.
Well, they've done their studies, but as long as this works and is safe, rock on, man. You know what I mean? If it works for you and helps you be more healthy, we'll take things for, to lower your cholesterol. You could exclusively just do that via diet, but there, in some extent.
Yeah.
But you can, it helps you along. You know what I mean?
There's
Why
some people,
not?
listen, so you look at it this way. If Ozempic would be something you could do over getting a stomach staple or gastric bypass, which is far more invasive, then that's cool. In a perfect scenario, you would obviously do the, a more organic a diet adjustment, but that's not the case that everyone will respond to that.
Now, mind you, we had that one woman call in when we talked about this weeks and weeks ago who was diabetic, and she said she's having a hard time getting the prescription because people are being prescribed it for their weight issues. They are working on upping the amounts and the demand for that.
Well, why wouldn't
which
they?
I think of course.
Monetarily, they're going to make a profit. It's like the new drug Poop-A-Lot, which is really...
Poop-A-Lot.
It's excellent for weight loss.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but have you been taking Poop-A-Lot?
I've been taking Poop-A-Lot. I got to say, Cindy, you look great in that dress. Poop-A-Lot? You know it, sister.
Now, really?
So what does it make you do? It makes me poop a lot.
Now, for anybody that is taking an Ozempic, a Mounjaro, or Wegovy, or whatever,
what's the word on? Is it Govy?
Wegovy.
So, what is the word on that? Is it similar in composition to Ozempic?
I think it is. I think they're both. I can't remember the name of it.
Poop-A-Lot.
Either way. Let's say you take off the amount of weight that you want to take off. Okay, well then at that point, then you really need to adjust your lifestyle.
Oh, right. Yes.
You're
As with
eating
anything,
lifestyle.
Casey, we know people who've gotten stomach staples or bands or whatever the various procedures are,
sleeves,
and they'll still eat a lot, and it'll. Carney Wilson had it happen. She had the bypass surgery, the gastric bypass. She was great for a while, and then put it back on. And again, some people are genetically predisposed to do that. So it's horrible. I feel bad for them.
And as somebody who has yo-yoed quite a bit in the last 2 decades, and I'm now yo-yoing back down.
You're more yo.
I don't want to be yo. I don't want yo. Yeah, I'm a yo. At a certain point, like when, let's say I get to a goal weight.
Yeah, which is 11 pounds.
Which is 11 pounds. That's not healthy, but whatever.
Don't judge.
Don't judge. Don't judge. I'm just trying. No, it's important.
I want to be reduced to my chemical compounds.
Preston, you're really, really good at this. But like when I had gotten down to the last time I had a significant weight loss, I got down to like 190, and even that isn't like even that
Optimum?
like. No, I'm supposed to, like, for my height and stuff, I'm probably supposed to be closer to like 160.
You look at the
170.
charts, though; they're way crazy.
I know.
mean, everyone would be emaciated if you looked at a lot of these charts and height and so on and so forth. That's why thank God for Poop a Lot.
Yeah, what I didn't do, Preston, which is something that you have done, is when I slowly started to see that weight come back on. 190 turned into 195, turned into 200, turned into 210. It just kept going and going and going, and I never arrested it. And every time I gave myself once I get to 200, then I'm going to really, I'm going to put the clamps on. And I never did, and then I just put all of that weight back on. Press, you were really good at arresting it at a certain point. And you said, you know what, I
let it slide a little further than I wanted to, but yeah, I definitely was like, okay, I'm never going back to big fat Preston again. That's just
He's
not
some kind
gonna...
of big fat radio DJ.
Yeah.
Frank, can you Preston, can you go to Brent on line 2?
Yeah. Let me see here. Hey, Brent, good morning to you. Hi, Brent. You're on the air, bud.
Dude, it's Brewer.
Good one.
Nice pause.
I love that.
What's up, my man?
So I just wanted to say, I started my weight loss journey in like 2014. I was on a medication called Qsymia, which is an appetite suppressant. Was on it for about 6 or so months, give or take. Drastically lowered my calorie intake, was working out 5 days a week religiously.
Good.
And from February 2014 to sometime in 2015, I lost about 100 pounds.
Wow.
And then I was kind of plateaued. 2017, I reached my lowest, which was 224, down from 330.
Okay.
Wow. 6 foot tall.
Yeah.
And I was plateaued for probably till July of last year. I just told my doctor I just wanted to break 200. I hadn't weighed like that low till since I was about 13. And so he put me on Manjaro. I know a lot of people dump weight really fast on it. I did not.
Okay, so it's more gradual, yeah. Because what Brent, people talk about having the very saggy skin and not realizing that when they do that big weight dump, that it ends up actually making them look older because everything gets a little more flabby. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I do have some skin issues around my body just because I was so big for so long.
Yep.
But I'm now weighing in at 189.
Wow. Oh, that's huge. And you're 6 foot tall?
30-ish, give or take.
He's 30 feet tall.
But again, that was since last July. I didn't dump it, in a few months.
Right.
So it's been gradual.
All right. So, Brett, you're what I said, we broke up there. You're about 6 feet tall?
I'm about 6 feet tall. And
Okay.
I'm weighing 189, and I'm good now.
That's great. That's a good spot to be in. Good for you, man. That's awesome.
Well, if you're happy, you feel good, and physically you're not hurting, then great, terrific. Keep it going.
Yeah.
Will do. Have a great day.
All right, you too, Brent. We'll see you, bud.
And listen, just because it's something that you have been able to do, that doesn't mean that's something that everybody can do. And it's like definitely a mental journey, and there's a mental commitment there. My younger brother has taken off a ton of weight and has kept it off, and he did it all naturally, and he eats clean and eats natural, and he goes to the gym quite a bit. And but like, not everybody can be him, and so if somebody needs to, take a weight loss drug or whatever, then that's their business, and it doesn't necessarily, it's not for you to judge.
Yep.
It ain't your business.
Mm-mm.
So anyhow, but the point of this was that they had they're concerned that people are going to, it says, medicate out of our way out of the problem. This is in
that's something to be concerned about.
England. They said while the debate over whether to medicate or educate to solve the problem continues, so does the waistlines of many adults worldwide. So anyhow, we wish you luck on your journey to be where you want to be.
Could you diet with Rogaine? And fill your stomach with hair.
I would imagine. Well, Rogaine actually, that causes hair to grow more.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's going to add weight on.
Oh, yeah.
It's true, but if your stomach is full of hair, you'll feel
so you
full
eat
the time.
the hair that
you
you're
eat the
growing?
Rogaine.
Okay.
I don't know.
Has anybody tried it yet?
Nick?
Not yet.
Okay. No, Nick's flowing locks. Are you kidding me?
No, that's
not anywhere near.
He doesn't need no Rogaine.
You have a
regarding my hair.
Separate question?
I would like to get my hair cut. and I really wanted to do it for Kathy's Cuts, but the timing didn't work out for that.
You're looking for a charity that might accept it now?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's very noble.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm going to do it, I might as well, maybe, if I can, benefit someone.
Pubes for dudes?
Yeah, all right.
Oh, my
so
God.
I wasn't thinking that route, but
How about
let's explore this.
Start your own charity called Little Nick, where you will provide. The kid has to act like you when he gets the hair, though.
We had Drew Gulek in studio a week or two ago, and he took a picture of me, and I looked at it, and I was like, I hate this.
You don't like the long hair
Not
anymore?
anymore.
I think you make it work. I think you're probably, but you probably get it's annoying probably after
It's
a while.
gotten
right?
annoying.
Yeah.
I like short hair Nick a little better.
Do you?
Well,
yeah. Casey said a nice thing to me after
I like
Keenan's.
topless Nick.
Yeah. Well, that's you and me, Steve. And happy birthday, by the way.
Yeah, because we had the giant picture of your head.
Yeah.
And it was like short hair Nick from a couple of years ago.
I've been thinking about that ever since you said this.
Well, I hope in a good way. 'Cause
No, yeah,
I didn't mean it as I'm like, this is not a knock on you, but I'm like, you look so good with that hair.
Thank you.
But I'm wondering though, when you do like wigs for kids, they measure that from the bottom of the ponytail. But like, what if you did a whole bunch of little ponytails?
Just let them completely scalp you?
Basically all the way to the top, to your scalp.
Okay.
Then I feel like you would have the inches necessary.
All right.
You're saying like braid his hair into tiny little ponytails?
Yeah.
Maybe. I'll talk to Kathy when she gets back in tomorrow and ask her opinion on it.
That's if she has successfully nabbed the serial killer.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, she might be busy.
Yeah. She may be out the rest of the
It's
week.
been this is pre-pandemic that I've been growing. February I think of 2020 is the last time I got a cut, and I saw our buddy Andrew at the Phil's game on Saturday. The beer,
that dude rocks hair.
He does, yeah. The beer salesman, and he's got dreads, and he's been growing those dreads for something like 10 or 15 years.
Right.
But it takes a very long time to do that because
Yes, it does.
it has to get to a certain length, and then you can start to do the treatment, I guess, that you need to get them.
I don't think I could. Well, first off, the laughable that I would talk about. I don't think I could do dreads. Of course not. I have no hair. But the notion of not being able to shower it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's too much.
I agree.
All right. Well, anyhow, we got to wrap up. I'm done noticing. Noticing no
Notice
more.
is done. Notice has got to go.
Yep. So we are going to take a break and come back in a second and some Bizarre File stories. I told you we only touched on the really good stuff in the last segment, so I got a bunch of goodies on the way when we return. So stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
It's okay. Here, here's a gummy bear.
Then he calmed down a little bit. Our next guest is excited to be here. He was just talking about the Eagles' Super Bowl victory because last time he was here, Bo Allen was in studio.
That's right.
And they got to hang out together.
Bo Allen was like ecstatic.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pauly Shore is here with us.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
It was like Bradley Cooper against Mark Wahlberg, right? Is that what the vibe was?
Exactly. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hilarious, right?
It surely was. Yeah.
It was great.
And Mark,
I was so happy for you. First of all, congratulations. And I'm not just
Thanks,
saying
man.
that. I love sports. I'm obsessed with sports. So I was really into it, and I was so happy. I like that pass that he did.
Yeah.
that side pass.
Oh, the
was
Philly.
right in their face, dude.
No,
that was like straight up right in your face.
Yeah, they pulled out a trick play there.
Yeah, it
and
was
freaked
right in
everybody
their face.
out.
Belichick's like, what? He starts sweating, and then the big Samoan guy threw his headphones on. This is crap. What's going on here? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In LA, because here the sports celebrities are they're the biggest celebrities.
Yeah.
It's like the sports guys, and then like your news anchors and stuff like that.
Right.
Like, who's bigger out there?
It's funny. I was at there's an exclusive club called the Soho House.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of the Soho?
I have heard of it, yeah.
So they're like in LA, New York. I was there and I saw, this was just 2 weeks ago, I saw Carmelo Anthony hanging out with Russell Westbrook. And they were just sitting there and I freaked out. And, I'm like, I love it.
Do they notice you? I mean, because you is there any?
Yeah, they're like, man, keep that guy away from me. It's scary. Man, that dude is scary. Keep him away from me. No, they all grew up with me.
Yeah, that's because you're
there's like a
you
connection
lived
there.
your life actually from the MTV days and from the movies and from the access that you had. You talk about access and about celebrities and seeing celebrities and living out there in LA and on the Strip. And the Playboy Mansion you were a regular at. I mean, you have got the kind of stories.
I forgot about that part. That was the part that you carve out, those 7 years. You just carve them out.
What was that like in the heyday?
I just say the word heaven. I was very fortunate, very lucky, very blessed. My mom and dad gave me the most amazing life in the world.
Yeah.
And I grew up, right on the Sunset Strip back in the heyday.
I mean, that had to be amazing.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It was awesome. I saw every genre, every band, from Iggy Pop to the Pointer Sisters to, X.
You seem a little I don't know if jaded is the right word, but you're used to growing up with TV comedians.
No, I'm
actors.
a fan, just like you guys are fans of people. I mean, I'm obsessed with Sean Penn. De Niro. All the great actors, Pacino.
We'll see
all these guys.
Celebrities who sort of blow that off or try to act as if that's not a thing.
If you saw me what people don't know, I'm just a normal guy, dude. You know what I mean? I just go home, I make my oatmeal. You know what I mean?
Make your oatmeal.
I smoke a little weed. It's California. You know what I mean? Yeah. And you can't say that here.
No,
Sorry.
of course you can. It's legal now.
It's medical. Pulled off the radio. Sorry.
No, we're good
No, it's
medically
legal. My friends in New York are hilarious. They come out to LA. My friend Tony, they just pack up a whole bunch of stuff because you can go. You don't need a medical thing.
Yeah.
You can go and just
get it. You were in Moscow and Jerusalem. Spent some time there recently.
Yeah, it was my summer vacation.
First time?
Yeah, my first time ever.
I've always wanted to go. Always wanted to go to
or as
both.
the Jews say, Israel. Israel. But it was weird going there because it was basically every dude that I saw, I'm looking at myself.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm Jewish. You know what I mean? These are my roots. So it's kind of like just going back to, I don't want to say weird things.
Say weird things.
No.
Because I've always wanted to go to Israel. It looks fantastic.
It's great. It's actually, it's not what people think it is as far as being dangerous. You know what I mean? It's very... But, I mean, the geography of it is very interesting. It's Israel, and then you got all these kind of Arab countries surrounding it.
Yeah.
Heavily, though.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of Arabs that live in Israel that are very pissed off and bitter, it's hilarious to me, too.
Yeah.
Because they're basically... So do you know what the name of the Jewish money is?
Not off
It's called shekels.
Oh,
How
sure.
hilarious is that?
Okay.
I mean, that's so Jewy just to begin. Hey, can I get some shekels? It's hilarious. You know what I mean? But imagine the Arabs having to pay shekels. Give me your shekels. You know what I mean? Because they're on their land. In the Arabs people's minds, that's their land. The Jews stole their land.
Right. Yeah.
It's all about real estate over there and religion and stuff like that. That's the big kind of, thing where people are fighting all the time.
But outside of that, it's known for incredible resort.
Yeah, it's kind of like Miami, or Brazil. I hadn't been to Rio or anything but like that. But Miami, where people are on the beach, and it's that's Tel Aviv. But then you drive about 40 minutes and you go to Jerusalem, which is the holy city, which is amazing, which is the center of the universe. And I didn't even know this, but this is where Jesus Christ was crucified. I didn't know that. I thought I'm Jesus Christ. I'm not thinking he's Jewish and in Jerusalem, and you know what I mean. I'm just most people. Sir, did you know that?
The Rick and Morty shirt.
Come here. Did you know Jesus was crucified in Jerusalem?
No, I did not.
You didn't. Where did you think Jesus was crucified? Come here.
I honestly had no idea.
Yeah, me neither. Okay, go sit back down. Sorry about him.
Because it's the Bible. It's
ruined
the
the
Torah
show.
part too.
I pretty much went there for my mom. I mean, that's why I went. My mom passed away. I was really close with her, and I wanted to just kind of bring her to Jerusalem, and I wanted to be with her in Jerusalem because both my parents are Jewish, and they never made it.
No kidding.
They never made it to Israel. There's a lot of people that are Jewish that don't.
Did you
make
plant
it.
a tree in her name? Well, that's kind of an honor.
I didn't know that. I screwed that up. Sorry.
You can go back.
I'll definitely be back to Jerusalem.
Besides that, and besides all the other stuff that's going on with you're busy. You have your podcast. You have all these other things that you're involved with.
Yeah.
And to the point of the documentary, is there in fact a documentary in the works, or is that just hearsay?
No, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's almost like it's got to be presented at the right time. It's kind of like my agents have to present it to Netflix and Showtime and HBO at the right time.
You're a pop culture all-in-one. I mean, you were at the center of a lot of what, before a lot of the... I was reading an interview with you, and you talked about running into Will Ferrell at some event. And, and he sort of gave you a lot of credit. Tell me what he told you.
Yeah, it was a Funny or Die event. It was like the birthday of Funny or Die, which is his website. which I do a lot of stuff with them, and
Adam McKay too.
Yeah, and I came up to him, and he came up to me. It was just like and he started mimicking me, and he started kind of like saying that I started it, and kind of, you know what I mean.
So he was a fan.
That's nice
he
to
was
hear.
a fan. Yeah.
Who's blown your mind recently about again like a Will Ferrell, or somebody just out of the blue, or somebody that you thought you weren't even on their radar came up to you and was a fan?
Oh man, I don't know, dude. It's too early for that. I can't think. I like watching Donald Trump.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Just because I can't believe it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like everything that happens in this, it's like it is a reality show.
Yeah.
You know, it
well,
is
we were talking the other day about there are so many reality shows that I just can't stand, and that people watch that they hate, but they still watch it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I don't know why people do that. My first inclination is to go, let's put me in a bad spot. Let me just change the channel.
Yeah.
Let me turn it off.
Yeah.
You know?
You watch it in doses, and the whole Omarosa thing is hilarious. Like she was taping people. I'm going to tape this. I think I'm going to tape this conversation. It's hilarious.
Did you ever run into her? Because you've done your share of reality
but I knew
stuff.
Donald Trump from back in the day.
Right.
Yeah, because he was always around the girls.
He was at the mansion occasionally,
Always.
right? Yeah.
And also Hawaiian Tropic down at Spring Break.
Right.
with Ron Rice. Hilarious. Vince Neil. It was Vince Neil. It was Jim Kelly. It was OJ.
Oh, my God.
You know what I mean? It was
the stories.
Fabio.
Oh, my God.
It was the best.
That's amazing.
Dude, I want to see this documentary.
It was the best.
We had Fabio in here. He was awesome.
He was cool.
He was
He's
awesome.
cool, right?
He was, yeah.
Yeah.
Because Fabio understands Fabio. He gets it.
Yeah, he gets it.
Yeah.
Jim Kelly, OJ,
amazing,
and our current president,
and
you,
and Fabio,
and
Pauly Shore.
Pauly Shore.
They didn't like me because I was getting all the babes. They're like, "Get that guy out of here, spatch, bro, spatch."
I remember watching those and seeing you, and you were hosting contests and all that stuff, and I'm like, this guy's just swimming in it, just swimming in it.
That's how it was.
I know.
Back then.
Back then.
That's how it was.
What's happening now?
Now I'm just chilling, bro. I'm watching CNN,
Once you've starred in a movie that's nominated for an Oscar, it's safe to say that you're famous, right?
Yeah.
Well, Saoirse Ronan, who is 24 years old, still doesn't feel famous, though. Yeah, she's adorable.
Yeah.
I love her and the accent.
It's wonderful.
She's just thinking.
It's at a garden party, asking inappropriate questions to Meghan Markle.
I love how they drop the G on ing words. Ronan continued saying she avoided reading about her. So she said,
I was farting.
What was that sound?
I was farting. Farting hard. You just know that'd be adorable. Just outside, standing in the glen, farting.
In the glen.
The glen. The morning dew collected on the leaves and grass. Yeah. Just decided it'd be a good time for farting. It does sound better, doesn't it?
Oh,
It does.
Oh, it needs to be a song.
Where were you, Auntie Saoirse? I was outside farting, dear. Farting hard.
There needs to be a song called Farting in the Glen.
Farting in the Glen.
You know what? I want to let Marissa vent for a moment because she posted something on Instagram yesterday. I got a lot of response. I thought it was kind of interesting. And there is a movement right now to phase out some plastics that we use in the world to maybe cut back on things that don't biodegrade, and they're clogging up, they're getting out in the water, in the oceans, or they're filling up landfills and so on and so forth. I know they're actually in the UK, there's a big movement to get rid of the plastic tampon applicators.
Yes.
And
going back to wood.
No.
Ow.
Like George Washington's teeth. Martha Washington used wooden tampons. And they were not effective.
Well, they were balls, though. They were very
They were balls, a little absorbent. They
no.
left rings.
But the applicators, I saw Alice Eve, because I follow her on Instagram, had posted a video of trying to end that. So they would go with like a cardboard or paper or something.
My thing with these floating garbage farms that are in the oceans is that and many times they kill sharks, Case.
Oh.
So there's
some good we might be overlooking.
Okay. That's what they're trying to eliminate, stuff like that. And I can get it.
Marissa has moved into Kathy's seat
Hello.
at the moment, but no traffic for now. So What do you want to do? I didn't know we were going to do the announcement. You want to do it right now?
Well, no, we can do it anytime between now and the end of the show.
I think we should maybe do it now.
All right.
Yeah, well, we already teased it a little bit.
Yeah.
Got to follow through.
All your information's up there to your left.
Thank you very much, sir. So, this is exciting. It's going to be a program live at the Mann Center, and it'll be Saturday, September 23rd. And we are happy to welcome back to this. It is Four Walls presenting this, but it is a return of the Always Sunny Podcast Live. Yeah. The gang is coming back to Philly, and it's going to be Saturday, September 23rd in the Mann Center. And we are going to make sure that you're aware of the on-sale information, which is this Friday at 10 a.m. and is going through Ticketmaster. So we'll have your chances to win this week on our show. And Brett Porsche will each afternoon have an opportunity for you to win tickets. And if you text the word Sunny to 39333, we will send you a link to the information, including another chance to win tickets at WMMR.com. So we will be giving away tickets throughout the week. Are we giving any away now? I did not ask you that ahead of time. Oh, Casey is nodding yes. So I tell you what, we'll take caller number 27. A higher number there, 215-263-WMMR. We will give you tickets as Four Walls presents the Always Sunny Podcast live Saturday, September 23rd at the Mann Center, and tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster.
I went to the show when it came last fall at the Met.
Yes. Met, yeah.
It was unbelievable. They are just so much fun. Obviously, we know that. We've known them for years. But it really hit me when I realized how many people traveled from around the world just to see these guys perform in Philadelphia.
That's the thing. Yeah, they want to be here in our city.
Yeah.
The namesake and go to the show.
So grab tickets before it sells out.
Yeah,
That's all I can
definitely.
say.
A ton of people, celebrities, guests came down, right?
Yeah, they had. I'm so bad at the character names. Nick, maybe you remember the guy who's the blonde guy. He was filming a movie here.
Jimmy?
Yes.
Jimmy Simpson?
Yep.
Yeah, he's great.
So tickets go on sale Friday, and all the information, you can text the word Sunny to 39333, and you'll get the link to that. All right, let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com and type WMMR in the search bar to order the Dad's Favorite Grill pack today. And it's just $99.99. Plus, you get 8 free burgers with your order. So this is wild. This is a recap on the story, or a follow-up. 4 children who survived a deadly plane crash that killed their mother May 1st stayed alive for more than a month before the rescue in the Colombian jungle by eating cassava flour and jungle fruits.
This is miraculous. Here's your next big survival movie. If someone doesn't jump on this, it's amazing.
Yeah, considering their ages, 13, 11, 4, and 11 months. They were rescued Friday by Colombian soldiers who had been searching for the kids since the plane was found May 16th, along with the bodies of the pilot, co-pilot, and their 33-year-old mother. The children are members of the indigenous Hutoto people, which likely helped them navigate the jungle and decide what berries to eat.
Yeah, they had a working knowledge of how to survive.
Their uncle, Federico Valencia, said when the plane crashed, they took out of the wreckage a farinha, and with that, they survived. After the farinha ran out, which, by the way, is the cassava flour, which is eaten in the Amazon region, he said they began to eat seeds. He said it was late spring when the jungle was in harvest. The children were taken to a hospital in the country's capital of Bogota, where they are expected to remain for at least 2 weeks. In general, the condition of the children is acceptable, according to the defense minister, who told reporters that they were being rehydrated but could not eat solid food yet. They've been traveling with their mother when their plane crashed, killing all the adults on board. Now, I saw a little further information on the story this morning.
Right.
The kids related that the mother was alive for about 4 days after the crash.
To watch her mom
so
die.
they stayed there, and then they think she may have urged them to venture out to try and be rescued. But it's just horrible all the way around. But fortunately, they were found alive. The pilot had declared an emergency, citing engine failure. And despite not finding them At the crash site on May 16th, rescuers noticed clues that they had survived, including footprints, diapers, a baby bottle, and fruit that had bites in it. So that's what I had reported a few weeks ago. They were rescued about 3 miles from the plane in a clearing near where rescuers had searched a couple of times but had missed them by hundreds of meters. So they're alive, and they're trying to cope and get better.
It's a miracle.
How about this? The first rabid moose in Alaska was announced by the Department of Fish and Game after an animal was found stumbling, drooling, and acting aggressively on June 2nd.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Yes.
For a moment.
Rabies in moose is rare but not unheard of, and this latest case marks a historic first for the U.S. state.
That's a nightmare.
According to
Rabid moose.
Vincent Lang, commissioner of the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, he said the moose was unbalanced, stumbling, drooling profusely, and had bare patches of skin. Staff in Nome consulted with a veterinarian and dispatched the animal that afternoon due to its aggressive behavior and signs suggestive of rabies. A necropsy was performed to establish the cause of death, and samples confirmed the presence of rabies virus and in the moose's brain, and they were able to pinpoint the rabies virus to a variant found in Arctic foxes. Rabies had been spreading for Arctic foxes this past winter, and it's most likely that the moose contracted the illness from one of these animals. The discovery means that from now on, brain samples will be taken from wild mammals found dead to search for further cases of this devastating illness.
That's the bitch of rabies, or in an animal, you got to kill it to find out if it has it.
Do you have to do something special with the carcass afterwards? You have to burn it, or
that's a good question.
Dispose of it in a certain way?
I would think so. It is.
I would attach it to helium balloons.
Okay,
but that's just me.
It's
like
a
balloons.
First for Alaska, but there have been moose with rabies found elsewhere in the world. Residents near the Magnolia and Interbay neighborhoods of Seattle experienced a bit of an earache on Thursday when a train horn blasted for over an hour.
Wow.
Yes, it was around 7 p.m. Initial reports of the horn came when people posted to Twitter and Reddit to complain about the sudden noise. A news station went out to the location and found a BNSF train just north of the Magnolia Bridge blasting its horn. After an hour, the horn suddenly stopped.
That happened here, right?
Yes.
Just along the Perkiomen Creek somewhere?
It did.
Okay.
So they reached out to BNSF, and they said that the horn was simply just stuck on an unoccupied train.
That's just simply stuck?
But it was a sustained blast for an hour. Those things are ear-shatteringly loud. A former deputy sheriff is accused of pleasuring himself and blasting a porn video out of his truck in the parking lot of an ice cream shop last Friday.
I like it.
Todd Lanford, 51 years old, who was formerly employed as a deputy at the Hampden County Sheriff's Office, was arrested in charge of public indecency. He's been terminated. On Friday, people and families sitting in the Smythe Ice Cream Plaza heard a loud moaning noise coming from a silver Chevy truck with its doors open. Children were eating ice cream outside the shop when the sounds echoed from the car.
What's that, Mommy?
Witnesses told police the man shut the door and drove to a barber shop in the same plaza where he was seen hanging his leg out of the truck. The man was again heard blasting sexual moans from the car's speaker. Witnesses said the man appeared to be pleasuring himself.
Man, don't you run out eventually?
Police officers responded to the man, responded to the call. They found a witness who said that they approached the man who appeared to be pleasuring himself in the truck. And the witness reportedly told officers he parked next to the Chevy and saw the man with his half-naked leg hanging out of the car, pleasuring himself to a porn video playing on his phone.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
The witness told the man, "You need to get out of here," and went on to drive away from the parking lot. Witnesses snapped a picture of the truck's registration plate and provided it to police. The police drove to Laffin's residence and approached him about the reported incident. And he told officers that he assumed that they wanted to speak to him because he was, quote, touching himself and had his hands in his pants. The deputy sheriff told police that he was watching porn after getting dessert, and he said, and one thing led to another, and Lamford told police that he thought that he was in more of a secluded area, and apparently wasn't, and that it was, quote, bad lack of judgment. He proceeded to arrest.
I just get really excited when I get my hair cut.
They proceeded to arrest Lamford, and he was later released on $2,500 bond. I like how he put that he would just one thing led to another.
Yeah.
And there you
It's like
go.
the song.
That's what I had in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. And for those who have been listening all morning long, we will reward you for your persistence and sticking around by asking a lesson question from today's program. Trash music news coming up, too. Be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
To me, because I think I have a level of passion about what you're talking about.
All right. Since I was a little kid, like I'm thinking like second grade, because I was in school in the 90s and there was a big push to not have the refrigerator open for too long, to turn off lights, to make sure that you turn off water,
Yeah, don't let the
conserve
faucet
water.
run, yeah.
Yep, while you're brushing your teeth. I followed all those. It's stuck through my life. I walk whenever I can. I take public transportation.
You're like a contestant on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire
Exactly.
now.
I will do anything to save the earth. It's just second nature to me. I don't even think twice. I recycle, I reuse. But when I drink a vodka water, I want to be able to mash the crap out of the lemon and lime that come in my drink. And with these gosh darn paper straws, they get destroyed. And then I have this mushy straw in my drink. And it pisses me off.
So the gist of it is you do not like the paper straws because you do not believe they are resilient enough.
No, they suck.
Okay.
Whoever's making them, they have no integrity and they fall apart. And I just want a plastic straw. I'm sorry. I love the turtles.
Why not
I
just
love.
use a spoon?
Well, hang on.
Yeah.
Steve, I would. This is the only time I've ever asked to do this. Can I come over there and borrow your reverb for a moment?
Yeah, please. Oh, my God. It's a pleasure.
Hold on. Turn it off just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, to me, this sounds like a first world problem.
But we took a long journey to get to the point that Marissa doesn't like paper straws.
I just had a realization, Preston. This is probably something that I deal with 3 or 4 times a week. Is that more of a first world problem?
Yeah.
That I probably have a vodka water 3 or 4 times a week.
Well, your alcohol addiction might be the bigger issue here.
No, the raging alcoholism is a secondary issue. The waking up in alleyways and
listen. We were at
knife fights.
Have you ever seen people drink sodas or anything that comes in a bottle out of a straw? You put the straw in the bottle.
Yes. Yeah.
I think part of now, do women sometimes, Marissa, opt to not drink out of a bottle or right out of a glass because of lipstick and a straw instead?
Well, lipstick or staining your teeth, all of those things. Or my mother would never drink anything out of a bottle. That would, for me, when you see a bride,
vulgar?
I don't know. There's just time and place for that. And I think...
She'd take the bottle, go over to the windowsill. There we go.
I love opening bottles that way.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a great scene in Overboard where Goldie Hawn comes back.
That's exactly what I
She's
thought of.
opening the beer that way.
Yeah.
I try. That hurts your hand.
Do you think guys would drink beer out of a bottle if the top of the bottle looked like a little... Wait, I probably shouldn't say it out loud.
Okay, I was... You guys would drink it.
I got a question. Yes, Casey, something you want to tell the class? You think guys drink stuff out of beer but look like a vagina?
No.
He's saying
I
the
was
other
going male
thing.
part.
If it looked like a penis.
Opposite, every bachelorette party ever would buy those bottles of beer.
Right?
That's true. Yeah.
I'm sure there are things that are similar, but they people get picky about the taste of the stuff in the can and the bottle if it affects the taste.
Yeah.
And straws are just one more step.
Those are things you think about, huh?
Oh, it's just what,
Dear diary, I wonder if men would drink out of bottles.
Yeah, stop it.
If it looked like penises.
Somebody in this room had mentioned chocolate tampons earlier, right?
Yeah.
So
I was trying to help the health industry. And there's an obvious cooperative between Hershey's and...
Okay.
Tampax.
Well, Marissa has had it. I thought you would get more support on the phones, Marissa, to be
Not a
honest,
one.
on the paper straws, and it's not really happening.
You're a complainer.
I got a lot of hands up emojis on my Instagram, so I got.
The hell does that mean?
I don't know. People were
Give
like,
up.
praise. Yes,
Give up.
word.
Put your hands up.
Give up your
stop.
stupid
Give
cause.
it up.
No.
Yeah. Praise.
No, like word girl, we support you.
Word girl. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Listen.
It reminds me of Pat Boone's first day in Compton.
Word girl.
Word girl.
I just hate these goddamn paper straws. They're so.
That's it. Word girl.
That's it.
Word.
girl.
Preach, girl.
Where is the Q in Q-tip derived from?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. It's technically it's a cotton swab.
Right. So a C-tip.
So I don't know where.
No one wants to put a C-tip in their ear.
I have no idea.
And by the way, Q-tip, you've done something to your product. You've cut some corners.
Are you talking directly to the
Yes,
Q-tip
I am
people?
talking to you, Q-tip. You've cut some corners, and I have noticed. But fortunately for you, you're still the best product on the market.
That's your fight song.
That's
right?
my fight song.
That's right.
1 second.
And I have noticed. Wait a minute. What is this? Is the swab part smaller?
No, the cardboard.
Medicated.
The cardboard is thinner. It's like they've shaved off a layer or two of the cardboard stick, and
Why do you go like this with the
I don't know.
cardboard stick?
I don't know.
What the hell is that?
This part right here.
Okay, but
Yeah.
this
Holy
is-
crap, you have one.
Oh, I have.
Let me see.
Oh, Nick, you don't see it. He sits here while we're in the middle of breaks, and he cleans his ears.
You know what he's like, Preston?
Yes,
He's
you
like
do.
Hyman Roth sitting there.
I itch my ears or scratch my ears because they get itchy, and I'm.
Well, I don't care. Whatever. You're sticking that thing in your ear, and I turn over.
my ear. I got a little got the thing in my ear.
Man,
There's usually something in one of his orifices when I turn and look at him.
I got a bit of a boogie here in my
Yes,
nose and
exactly.
my ear.
Pick an orifice. It stands for quality tip.
We're
Steve.
bigger than U.S. Steel.
Oh, did you hear that?
What?
It stands for quality tip.
Oh, okay.
Q-tip.
All right.
And so you've noticed a diminishment in the quality of the quality tip.
Yes, there should be less Q-tip, less quality.
How about
tip.
SP subpar?
Everyone's trying to be environmentally friendly, so maybe
that.
that's a part of it, like the cardboard straws.
Oh, you know what? Here's a bit of trivia, and I did. I have heard this before. The original name of Q-tips were baby gays.
Now you're talking.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I know it.
Can you get those delivered?
Stop it. I noticed that there was another video that was released from Pastor Jesse Duplantis.
Oh, our favorite, the jet and pastor.
That is absolutely correct. And, he still wants his new private jet, but he wants to make it clear that he's not actually asking anybody for money.
Listen to these verbal gymnastics that he's doing here. I think even he's surprised at how much this caught on because it just sort of swept across and became a viral meme. And where these guys, it'd be easier to get away with this stuff maybe 10 years ago. And now it was just all over the place. It was on the national news. He was asking for his $54 million jet.
Yeah.
And we played audio of him walking down the hallway of his establishment there, his church, for whatever he calls it, pointing to the different jets he's owned. He has had three before. He needs this fourth $54 million jet that carries a lot of fuel so he won't have to stop as he's spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it. So here's a couple of clips, and let's see what he has to say about not actually asking for money.
He didn't ask for money.
Here we go.
I'm not asking you to pay for my plane. The Lord said, I didn't ask you to pay for it. I asked you to believe for it. I don't dupe nobody. I've always been honest. 40 years I've been preaching this gospel, and I've never had a scandal. And this is not a scandal. I'm not discouraged. I'm not distressed. In fact, I am excited. I've never had this much press in my life. Well, that's negative. It don't make no difference.
And it's negative. It don't make no difference.
Don't make no difference.
So he's asking.
I am excited about all this negative press painting me as a money-sucking prick.
Yeah. So he said, I asked you to believe for it.
Believe for it.
Not to pay for it.
Now, if you happen, your method of believing involves your checkbook, I'm absolutely happy with that.
He had said, I never raised money for the plane. I put it in our magazine and said, believe God with me. He said there's a vast difference between believe in God and asking for money.
He's a Journey song, Preston. Don't stop believing.
Yeah. In the earlier video,
I'm just a small town preacher living in a lonely world.
He could turn it around.
Yeah, I could turn it around.
Yeah, he used to take the train everywhere.
Yeah, but I took a 54 million jet going anywhere.
So, without further ado,
WMMR presents Buxco versus Delco.
Here we go, gang. This is going to be the final round today. Actually, 2 rounds of competition, same contest, but we are going to make this whole thing happen and finish it up today, and we are going to crown a victor, and that's all there is to it.
Before we get to the final event, here is a recap of the events leading up to this epic showdown. Listen, the week started off with Operation Evac, a race where the contestants were blindly dropped into enemy territory. Kathy started at Casey's golf course, Paxton Hollow in Delco, and Casey in Buxco at Kathy's alma mater, Pennsbury. Now, without using GPS, they had to navigate their way to their home base.
Just go straight. Thank you. Okay, go straight. Peel wheels.
I feel like there's probably another road this way.
While Casey was stuck in traffic on the turnpike,
That could work in our favor.
Kathy was able to navigate back to Bucks County, earning her 200 points. Police on 93.3 WMMR. Message in a bottle. It is 10:24. We are the Preston and Steve Show. We have a few more things to do before our program is up. If you just missed it, we made an announcement a little while ago. It is the Always Sunny podcast is coming back to Philadelphia. The podcast live Saturday, September 23rd at the Man. Yay, it's on a Saturday, and it's at the Man. Both really cool things. And September is a beautiful time to see an evening outdoor show, which, of course, the MMRBQ is going to be an evening outdoor show.
That's right.
But details at WMMR.com. If you want to text word Sunny to 39333, we can send you a link to the information. Those tickets go on sale Friday. But we also have a chance for you to win tickets at WMMR.com. So all that comes in that link. So text word Sunny to 39333. All right. Today we ask a lesson question and we give away as a prize a pair of tickets as MMR presents Busch Saturday, July 15th at the Excite Center at Parks Casino. And the question we ask is, where the hell is it? Oh, it's right here. So spam is a portmanteau. Is that the correct pronunciation? A portmanteau of the word spiced ham. Where does the word gainer come from? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer to that. Spam is a portmanteau word for spiced ham. Where does the word gainer come from? 215-263-WMMR. If you heard it and you know, we encourage you to call right now. While you call, we'll do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Omaha Steaks. And you can type WMMR in the search bar to order the Dad's Favorite Grill Pack today for just $99.99. Plus, you can get 8 free burgers with your order. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, authorities believe they've captured the tiger shark responsible for attacking and killing a Russian man in Egypt. Alerts went up when the deceased man's credit card was used by the shark to purchase gas.
Oh, no.
They got him. Actress dancer Nydia Han asked about an update on wedding plans with her fiancé Steve Kazee. DeWan replied, "We're getting there," sparking many to believe that they're not getting there and that she'd be thrilled if he was dead.
Oh, my God.
Ow. And finally, Meghan Trainor is loved by her fans for her candor and recently admitted that she regularly shaves her, quote, peach fuzz. Trainor also says she uses a lighter to burn off the thick tufts of hair poking out from her ass.
All right, let's see if somebody knows the answer to this question. Spam is a portmanteau of the word spiced ham. Where does the word gainer come from? 215-263-WMMR. We are going to go to Mike and see if we can get an answer.
Hi, Mike.
Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
All right, buddy. So what is where does the word gainer come from?
G-ainer.
G-ainer. Yeah. You got it. Hang on, Mike. We're going to give you a pair of tickets to see the band Busch. They are playing Saturday, July 15th at the Excite Center at Parks Casino in Bensalem. And the show is 21 and over. Tickets are sold out, by the way. You can text concerts to 39333 for a link to the concert calendar and complete concert details.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Brought to you this morning by A.D. Moyer, your professional source for decks, windows, doors, millwork, and more. admoyer.com. Former Rolling Stones bassist Bill Wyman will appear on the band's long-awaited new album.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, the Stones album has been in the works for a decade and includes tracks produced by Don Was and Andrew Watt. Paul McCartney, Ringo Starr, and Elton John have previously been named as guest artists contributing to the still unnamed collection, which will feature the final sessions by the late, great Charlie Watts.
Interesting.
The drummer, yeah. An unnamed source revealed that it was Mick Jagger that invited Bill Wyman to play on his first Stones album since 1989's Steel Wheels. The insider added it was really nice for Mick, Keith, and Ronnie Wood to be back in the studio remembering Charlie and playing and singing to drum tracks that are being repurposed and woven into this album. So
this is a big deal, this album sounds like.
Yeah, that's really cool that Bill Wyman's back, at least for this. Greta Van Fleet has released their new single. It's called Farewell for Now. The song is going to be on their upcoming third album called Starcatcher, July 21st.
Starcatcher.
Bassist Sam Kiska said about the single,
Kiska my ass.
On Farewell for Now, we express the sentiment of our longing to stay on stage and savor the magic created by the audience music phenomenon. But we must pack up and go to the next place to do it all over again. As always, we'll be back soon, he said. Starcatcher.
Starcatcher.
Mm-hmm. Perry Farrell promises new music from both his bands, Jane's Addiction and Porno for Pyros, in 2023.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah, he said this year there's going to be a lot of music that not only we're going to be performing, but there is going to be a lot of music being put out this year. And I don't know if we can call any of them albums. I don't know if I necessarily am up for an album just yet. But hey, 3 or 4 songs for both groups, that would be plenty, right? He went on to add even 2 great songs. And I know we've got 2 great songs from both groups already. So I'm just psyched about that, getting a chance to perform it and getting a chance for you all to hear it.
It's the way many of them are doing it now.
Oh, yeah.
A couple of songs here and there, not feeling the onus on them to put out full albums.
Yep.
Oh,
and
yeah.
a lot of people like it.
I was just talking to somebody this weekend about like the essence of listening to an album front to back is just, it doesn't exist anymore.
That's
like
right.
it shuffles through, whatever,
Yep.
put out 1 or 2.
Stinks.
Back on March 5th, Jane's Addiction premiered the first new song since
Put out an
2014.
album. Listen to it from back. Can't do that anymore.
Titled True Love, by the way. The tune came. The tune came at the end of the night during the band's tour kickoff in Bakersfield, California, at Mechanics Bank Arena.
I still listen to albums front to back. It's a lot of times when I go to the gym, sometimes I'll throw stuff on shuffle, or other times I'm like, okay, nope, today's a Harry Styles day.
There you go.
I've done that lately.
Yeah.
And you know what? I've been listening to albums that I should have listened to a long time ago.
Yeah.
In its entirety.
Crossing off the list?
I know the hits. I know a couple deep tracks, but I've never gone front to back. And so I'm starting to cross these things off
What's
the list.
one of the titles that comes to mind?
I was going through...
Harry Styles?
No. The Cure.
You go to Disintegration?
No, it wasn't Disintegration album. Oh, man, I can't remember.
There's so many great ones.
There are. But anyway, you don't have to go through the whole catalog.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. And then what else have I listened to? I listened to Tears for Fears, songs from the Big Chair.
Great album.
Yep. And I'd never listened to the whole thing.
I love it.
So I'm just trying to go back and, I should have listened to that a long time ago, and I never did.
Was it Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me?
It was. Very good.
Great album.
That was a great album. So I highly recommend you do that.
Yeah, Press. I did that when I was driving down the shore a couple of summers ago.
And the record never skipped?
No, it didn't because it wasn't a record.
Oh.
It was, just on iTunes or whatever. But I was like, I never listened to Born to Run,
What?
Yeah, I never listened. And I actually did
Driving through New Jersey. Driving through New Jersey. Now that the border right into sacrilegious. You're in the place where you grew up. He's from there. You don't have the time to listen. You had a whole musical career transiting you. You couldn't return the favor.
I'm coming to get you, Keith.
I'm coming after you.
I'm sorry. Continue, sir.
If you tell me you haven't listened to the Asbury Jukes, I'm going to cut your head off.
It's not that important.
It's important enough.
All right. So, what did you think? What did you think of Born to Run? That's a masterpiece.
I thought it was pretty good.
That was pretty good.
You didn't like Jungle Land?
Wow.
You didn't like Jungle Land?
10th Avenue Freeze Out.
10th Avenue Freeze Out.
I love 10th Avenue Freeze Out.
Jungle Land is his masterpiece.
Yeah.
I did the entire Grateful Dead discography.
Jesus, that's a lot of music.
Listen, I'll tell you what, a lot of that early Dead I did not care for. You know?
Yeah.
It wasn't until like Box of Rain and American Beauty and
Snackables.
Snackables. Oh my God. Snackables is a great album. Delicious.
I would like to hear Rambo at the end of Jungle Land trying to sing along with that.
Beneath the city, two hearts beat. Lone engines running through a night so dead. I'm coming for you.
He's a fan.
Absolutely.
Huge fan. All right. One last story. Work is slowly beginning on Heart's first new album in 7 years. Nancy Wilson spoke of the project and shed light on what will be her and sister Anne's follow-up to Heart's 2016 Beautiful Broken collection. Remember, they had a big feud. They hated each other for a
They
while.
were really on the outs.
Yeah. She said, I
love them. They're great.
Yeah, she said, I got a bunch of new ideas.
I got more dogs and butterflies.
For songs, and I've been writing new music with Anne, too, so it's a real creative time. When I get home, I'm going to really dig into the other projects, including finishing some new material with Anne, so that it's a really good time to be creative, and I've got a new studio in my house, so I can't wait to sort of run tape on Stump.
Who was it here who interviewed and
Sarah.
Sarah, yeah. Yes. That's awesome.
Yeah, talking about specific songs and how they were born, the
Born to Run!
Yeah.
I can't believe it!
All right, and there you go. That's my last item in music news for you. All right, we'll take a final break. We'll come back in a second. We'll get that first letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Kathy asked her best friend, Elisa, a.k.a. Queen Bee, and Casey brought in his big brother, Dave, a.k.a. Foz. The contestants and their partners mind melded, then competed in a thrilling match of the Pyramid Game.
All right, this is where the U.S. Open was? Oh, that's Aronimink. No. Oh, Marion, sorry. That's the one you just said? Marion. No, the other one.
Aronimink.
In the end, Kathy got an even bigger lead with 430 points, but Casey was right at her heels with 320 points. Day 3 brought us into the skies. We blindfolded Kathy and Casey, flew them in a helicopter over an unidentified spot in their respective county, and they had 30 seconds to guess what town they were hovering over. Casey had some difficulty figuring it out, earning 200 points.
I guess Knowlton is in media.
That's correct! Yes, you got it! But Kathy got it on her first try, bringing in an additional 300 points.
I'm going to say Ben Salem.
That is absolutely correct. Day 4 was a doubleheader. Kathy and Casey went head-to-head in a county spelling bee, and then had to answer questions from Delco versus Bucksco from 5 years ago. Casey must have done his homework, because he was finally able to pull ahead. And so, the totals going into the final day: Kathy, 1,030. Casey, 1,170. Casey is leading in the competition so far, so I defer to Casey to decide who gets to go first.
Ladies first.
All right,
So I will
ladies
go.
first is what we're going to do. So, Kathy, taking a look at the categories, which one would you like to begin with? You got geography and transportation, sports, entertainment, schools and education, shopping, landmarks, history, or food and drink?
I guess I'll go shopping.
Shocker!
I know. And how much would you care to wager in that particular category?
I'm going to go 50 points.
Kathy, what outdoor shopping area between New Hope and Doylestown hosts a place called Giggleberry Farm?
New Hope and Doylestown. I'm going to say Peddler's Village.
And that's correct for 50 points.
I don't know what Giggles whatever is, but...
Casey, it is your turn. What category do you want to go with next?
Let's go sports.
Sports.
And I will go sports for 60.
All right, sports for 60 points. Here we go. Casey, your question. In Newtown Square, a famous heir lived on a large piece of land where he hosted a wrestling camp for Olympic athletes. What is his name?
DuPont.
Yes, that is correct.
Well done.
Okay, let's go schools and education for 50 points, Preston.
All right.
Schools and education for 50 points.
All right. Kathy, what is the Council Rock North mascot?
Oh.
Council Rock North mascot. The mascot one would find at that school.
I don't know. The Rock.
Okay, so you're going to go with The Rock?
I'm going to go with The Rock.
That's incorrect. They are the Indians.
I did not know that.
Go, Rock. Go.
What year did the Springfield Mall open?
Oh, Jesus. I mean, why couldn't you ask me what year
He didn't.
Target opened?
Just ask it. Just ask it.
Kathy's very supportive.
This is the history of your county, man.
I know. And Target opened in 2005. But, you know,
well, can you use that?
Wanamaker's closed in 95. Hex opened after that.
You did study. You lied to me.
No, my mom quizzed me last night. We were eating chili, and she asked me lots of trivia.
We're eating chili.
Yeah. Meet you in the basement. I'm bringing a pen.
I mean, the first Wawa opened in 1964.
Okay, yeah, let's get to the
I
ball.
will say.
If you got this right.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw out a number there. I'm going to go with the year I was born, 1975.
Oh, my God.
No, it was 74. Dude, you were so close. All right, you call no fair on that because it was before you were born?
No, I'm not going to call no. It was just that's a difficult question.
This historic restaurant is located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol Borough and has hosted both kings and presidents.
Yep. I've been there.
Once again, this historic restaurant located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol.
My mom is going to kill me.
Borough.
That's a weird name for a restaurant.
And has hosted both kings and
Oh, my God. What is
presidents.
it called?
No, go to your happy place.
I know where it is. I know where I sat last time I was there.
Kathy handles stress very well.
She knows I love it when she yells.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Cracks me up. Mm-hmm. All right, think about it. Think about it.
Work from your seat
Yeah,
backwards.
it's like there's like a little hill when you walk in. It's like a little railing outside. Statue.
Miss Romano is here. Welcome to.
I don't even know if this. I'm gonna say Georgine's.
Georgine's?
Yeah.
That's incorrect. You're going to kill yourself over this one. It's King George.
Yes! It is! I have a gift card in my wallet for that place!
King George the what?
The second.
King George the second. I've not been.
Yeah.
So have you been there? We should just carry on the discussion. I've been there!
I like the statue. Yeah, the statue and the railing are really nice.
Oh, man. I mean, like, I can picture it to a T. Exactly
right.
where I sat. My mom gave me a gift card.
You have a gift
I wish my mom quizzed me last night.
All right, so I have already closed out sports and I've closed out history.
No, you haven't. You haven't done any history.
Well, yes, I have. All of my shopping questions were freaking history questions.
Oh, my.
Wow. This
Thank
is
you.
what we've been
Thank
waiting
you.
for.
Yes.
Impugning the contest itself.
Yeah.
You knew it was going to happen.
It was good, though, right? What year was this thing? What? Stupid questions. Let's go food and drink. Maybe
Food and drink.
Food and drink.
Food and
For
drink.
how much?
For 50.
Food and drink for 50.
Preston's not even picking
Come on,
his
man.
head
That was
up.
a good joke.
Okay. All right. You get this wrong. You get this wrong. And if you lose this whole thing, this is all your fault.
Okay.
All right?
Yes.
You ready for this?
It better be a softball.
A large Pika's pizza.
Oh my God! Costs how much?
Is cut into how many slices?
Oh, okay. That's a really, really crap question.
A large Pika's pizza is cut into how many
do a little
slices?
diagram, whatever you want to do.
There's the box.
Round.
It's a rectangular shape, right, Case?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he's drawing.
All right, so that is that's a Neapolitan, right, or is it Sicilian square?
No, they just do their own version. They put the sauce on top of the cheese.
12.
Right.
Casey says 12. Damn right you got that right. And what did you wager on that?
50.
1,000 points.
The scores are as follows. Bucks County, 1,070 points. Delaware County, 830 points. But there's ground to be made up here. And we're on to round 2. Now, things are going to change quite a bit in this particular round. Our categories are going to remain the same. In the past, you've been able to pick your own category and pick your own wager up to 100 points. This time, I thought it'd be kind of nice because you guys have been avoiding certain categories. How about you pick your competitor's category and your competitor's wager in this round? Kathy's leading, and she gets to go first, and you get to pick the category that Casey will choose from and how much Casey will wager in that category.
Okay, I'm going to go history
Okay. Of
course.
for 50.
All right, history for 50. All right, Casey. Delaware County was formerly a part of which other Pennsylvania county?
I believe Chester County.
Your answer is Chester County, and that is correct, sir. Wow! Delaware County split off in 1789.
Interesting. After the great Battle of Chester Hill.
They were originally together, and therefore Casey gets our program for the day. It is 10:44, and we'll get some rain later on this afternoon. Maybe even some thunderstorms making their way into the area. Today's high about 82. Tomorrow, sunshine 80, so not bad. 76, and maybe some more rain on Wednesday, so heads up on that whole thing. A big focus of today's program was the fire and the collapse on 95. So I would like to thank Nydia Han from 6ABC checking in with the latest bit of information. And then we also had from SEPTA, the head of media relations, Andrew Busch, was on to give us a rundown of how SEPTA is compensating and helping out with mass transit. Well, some people are going to have to consider that as an option or face, a 2-hour drive to work.
Yeah, this happened
when they normally have a 45-minute drive or something like that.
Yeah, terrible spot.
So you can check SEPTA's website for information on how you might be able to make mass transit work for you if you are having an issue with getting around. Because
it's septastic.
It's septastic.
Yeah.
I like that. Hey, before we do anything else, I would like to congratulate our buddy Marcus and Team WMMR, the ACS Bike-a-thon. It was over the weekend. Now, I don't have totals or anything like that as far as the amount of money that they've raised, but they are just a huge team that Marcus has homegrown on his very own.
Oh, yeah.
Incredible accomplishment.
And have surged into this gigantic conglomerate of supporters and team members. And I'm sure they did wonderful. And it was a beautiful day yesterday, so it was great for the bike
Yeah,
ride.
so they have 171 team members. They are an absolute juggernaut in that ride, and are have made waves nationally. Marcus is so plugged in and dialed in with the ACS.
Yeah. He does it year round.
He
does all sorts of stuff related to them outside of the race.
Yeah. So he has put in so much work and effort into this ride and into his team. And, and I'm especially happy for him because if you recall last year, he did the same exact thing and then came down with a stomach bug the day before the ride and wasn't able to do that. And that's such a punch in the gut. So the fact that he was able to do this and yesterday was a really beautiful day for that.
Yeah.
So congrats to everybody on Team MMR.
Yep, we're very, very proud of you. It's excellent. Hello, Pierre Robert.
Why then, good day.
Nice to see you, man.
And to you also.
Did you have an action-packed weekend?
I clean my house.
Oh.
Nice.
Is this that yearly thing that you do?
No.
Where you okay?
No, that involves a hand grenade.
Yeah, that does. That needs a week, and that only can just make a dent. I have friends coming in from California, a buddy of mine and his wife from grade school that we've stayed friends with all these years. And she grew up in South Jersey, and he's from California. And so they're coming in, and I have 3 bedrooms upstairs, and I have a possible bedroom downstairs. But the room that they're going to sleep in was so covered in trash. I had so many clothes on there that most of them were clean, that I just threw them in a ball and threw them in my car and took them to the cleaner. I said, "Here, iron these." And then I ran back and then started massively throwing things in closets. And I found the bed underneath all the rubble. But there were still piles of boxes in the corner. So I can't let they're hopefully not listening now, but because they're in the area, but they're coming in this afternoon, and I couldn't let them see what a miserable slob I really am. So, but I was up till 4 a.m. cleaning and throwing things in the closets, and finally I said I can't do anymore, and I went and got 2 giant blankets, and I just covered mounds of rubble in the corner with blankets.
Wow!
Don't look under there.
It says, "Please don't move, and please don't open any closet doors."
I have the image of Oscar Madison's bedroom in mind when what you're describing.
Right.
So you can't see the bed; it's just covered by all sorts of stuff.
It was covered. Yeah, there's an old radio bit from before both of our times called Fibber McGee's Closet.
Oh, right, yeah.
And she'd say, "Don't open the closet," and he'd open the closet, and all this stuff would pile out.
Right. All right. How long are they staying with you?
Just 2 days.
All right.
But and so hopefully they won't get contaminated in that brief amount of time. But it was quite an ordeal.
I love having company over because it does give you an excuse to clean up the house.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, I fixed some plants in the thing, and I burned some incense. I said, "Does that eliminate the foul smell in here?"
Maybe you need a controlled fire.
Yeah, a controlled fire. That is the best thing I've heard yet.
There you go.
I found back in when Nick was my producer, I was like so desirous of answering every email because it's really important to me, and yet there's so many. It's very, and they don't just say, "I like your show, I hate your show." They'll say, "Where should I take my girlfriend to dinner?"
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and I was thousands behind, and then I caught up, and Nick joined me, and I started falling behind again. Now I'm probably 8,000, 9,000. But at one point, I think Pancake, or maybe even you, I don't know. No, it would have been Jason. Said, "All right, I'm just going to print you January's." And piling through these papers, I found an inch thick stack of emails from January of 06. All that were, they weren't like requests for songs. They were like questions. So what do you think of this? What do you think of that? Because they aren't just music things. They're like advice things.
Yeah.
One I had a lady said, "I'm moving back. Can you recommend a real estate agent?" And I did. I wrote her back. One was a quadriplegic gentleman who said, "Where can I get funding for a van?" And I called a quadriplegic. So when I was answering them all, I answered like 6,000, and I caught all up, and then fell behind.
Yeah.
Well, that seems.
How do you guys keep up with that stuff?
Well, you get a call from you're trying to help out people, but you had to, I assume, hop on do a Google search to find out this information, right? I mean, you're like Ask Jeeves,
I sort of am.
Yeah.
I should have a column in the paper.
Yeah, that's how we do it. I mean, since we're a group, we can kind of funnel some of these to each other, and then, but
it helps.
A lot of them might come to me and Steve, but we can kind of say, "Hey, this is Marissa's department, this is Nick's." He'll steer you in that direction. So,
but people love to be answered.
Yeah, I will at least give an answer and say,
hard.
I'll even say, "I don't know, but sorry, thanks."
Send this to Pierre.
Yeah.
So
I have forwarded Mr. Robert on this.
During this very public space, I issue a mass blanket, pardon the pun, apology for all those who have written me I haven't gotten back to, dating back over 15 years.
Yeah, me too.
Because when I answered them on the first time, some were 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. And I would say, "I know you wrote me in 1998 asking about a favorite restaurant. This is what I think you should go to now." And God knows what they what their reaction was when they got this response back. Hopefully, they're still alive. You know.
Right.
Any number of possibilities exist in that area.
Sure.
So anyway, I try.
All right. Well, you had a productive weekend.
Yeah, I'm getting.
You got, for the most part, got done. You got a little bit more to go. We're going to ask you to conjure a letter of the day, sir.
Okay.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
I'm conjuring B as in butter.
All right. B as in butter. And we're going to give away $500 from the Bagster. The Bagster is the most convenient and affordable way to help with your home cleanup. You can buy it at any home improvement store, fill it, and simply schedule your collection, and it is gone. Clean it up with the Bagster. Dumpster in a bag. Wait, I didn't ask what's on your show today.
No, right.
What's happening on the program, man?
I thought we were done.
Am I going home now?
Is it time to go home? I think I have Dead and Company tickets again for this coming Thursday show over at the ballpark. I've got Workforce Blocks of ZZ Top and Godsmack and Boston, so it'll be fun.
Excellent. I want to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan, and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Tomorrow's program, Tuesday, so we'll give away a tattoo for Tattoos Day. And we have Rodney McLeod stopping by.
Nice.
So we haven't talked to Rodney in a little bit. Yeah, we'll spend some time with him. We'll see what else we can get to. So that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.